Bonjour à tout le monde et bienvenue à Montréal. Mon nom est Martin Vandenberg et c'est un immense plaisir pour moi d'être avec vous ce matin pour l'ouverture du sommet mondial FAB City. Miro Pejak Kiskinak. Ota Anote Muria. Hello and welcome to Montreal. My name is Martin Vandenborg and I'm very happy to be with you this morning for the opening of the FAB City World Summit. De la part de tous nos amis du Nunavut qui travaillent avec nous à la construction de la FAB City, Tunga Suwitsi, bienvenue à Montréal. Bienvenidos, benvinguts, welcome. Without further ado, I would like to present to you the President of Communautic, Madame Raquel Peñalosa.
Bonjour Martin, merci Madame Rouleau. Bienvenue, bienvenidos, benvinda, welcome from Montreal at the northern end of the Americas continent to the FAB City community around the world. Madame Rouleau. Est-ce que j'attends?
We're receiving the Mayor of Montreal, Madame Plante, who's entering. Bienvenue, Madame Plante. Bienvenue avec nous.
Merci beaucoup.
Bienvenue, Madame Plante. Madame Peñalosa, commencer son discours.
Oreille gauche. Puis,
Peux-tu la mettre dans la droite?
oui.
Thank you for your patience while we're installing the microphone for Madame Plante. Perfect. So we'll revert back to the speech by Madame Raquel Peñalosa, the President of Communautic, the host of the FAB City Summit.
Bienvenue, bienvenidos, benvinda, welcome to Montreal at the northern end of the Americas continent to the FAB City community around the world. Je salue Madame Chantal Rouleau, ministre responsable de la métropole de la région de Montréal, Julie York, President FAB City Foundation, Sherry Lassiter, President and CEO of FAB Foundation, and Madame Valérie Plante, mairesse de Montréal. Nous tenons d'abord à souligner que les terres sur lesquelles nous sommes rassemblés font partie de territoires traditionnels non cédés des Kanien'kehá:ka Mohawks qui a longtemps servi de lieu de rassemblement et d'échange entre les nations. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the traditional and unceded territory of the Mohawk, a place which has long served as a site for meeting and exchange amongst nations, and we continue to gather today, so we recognize. My greater recognition to our FAB City partners. Je voudrais tout d'abord féliciter, remercier la FAB City Foundation, la FAB Foundation, le Centre de Bits and Atoms du MIT et l'équipe de Communautic pour l'organisation de cet événement international, la 5e édition de FAB City Summit. I would like to congratulate and deeply thank to the FAB City Foundation, the FAB Foundation, and the Center of MIT and Communautic's team for the organization of this international event. En particulier, la communauté a pu compter sur l'appui de la coopérative des Fab Labs Québec, du Fab Labs Barcelone, du Tourisme Montréal et de l'organisme procédurable. Coordination here today with my cell phone. Cet événement a été rendu possible grâce au soutien de la Ville de Montréal, du ministère des Affaires municipales de l'Habitation du Québec, du ministère de l'Éducation et de l'Enseignement supérieur du Québec et de Développement économique Canada pour les régions du Québec. This year, the FAB City Summit in Montreal invites you to fabricate the commons. This major event brings together the team at the heart of the FAB City Global Initiative and over 1,000 key players involved in building sustainable, citizen-driven, and resilient cities. FAB City proposes a new urban economic and industrial model, allowing cities to produce locally the majority of what they consume, connected to a global network of cities and territories that implement similar strategies. Today, 38 cities and regions have joined the movement, and 15 of those are in the Americas continent. We're very proud of that. Pour Montréal, Fab City, c'est le déploiement d'un nouveau modèle de production résiliente et locale, énergétique, alimentaire des objets, qui place la ville et ses citoyens au cœur de la création, de la distribution et de la réutilisation de la majorité de ce qu'ils consomment. C'est un projet ambitieux, itératif et connecté à un réseau mondial des villes de 38 villes, dont 15 sont dans les Amériques, qui se sont engagées en ce sens et qui partagent outils et meilleures pratiques. Communautic has been working for more than 20 years to democratize access to technologies within a perspective of development that is sustainable economically and social. Communautic is pioneer in the advent of the living labs, as well as the advent of Fab Labs in Quebec. The organization opened EcoFab in 2012 for the first Fab Lab in Canada and co-developed the Fab Labs Quebec network as well as pilot the Pan-Canadian Fab Lab Nation initiative. Since the commitment in 2015 in Santiago de Chile to hold the Fab 16 and in 2018 in Paris, the Fab City Communautic a organisé en 2019 un processus international de co-design pour engager les Montréalais dans le mouvement. This co-design process gathered more than 150 partner organizations and citizens and mobilized more than 30 Fab City ambassadors. We worked from the belief that Montreal is a fertile territory to be a Fab City and that it can contribute to the global vision with its ingrained social economy approach with public, private, and citizen participation, responding to local needs, fostering innovation in local small and medium enterprises and startups. Communautic is at the heart of the District Central. This is where we are right now, an industrial garment district in transformation that is today home of more than 1,800 innovative private enterprises. It's a bustling neighborhood dedicated to the three poles that are in synergy with the Fab City design, urban manufacturing, and technology. We believe it is a natural environment to imagine the Fab City prototype later on, and the Fab City campus takes root in this sector on a vacant lot left from the demolition of the Second World War II ammunition factory. So it's a whole process of transformation into what we will be calling the Fab City in Montreal. The pandemic and the climate change crisis that we are collectively facing is an opportunity to shift, to imagine new, more inclusive, circular narratives. We have infused this energy of transformation into the Fab City program, and as the host of Fab City Montreal, we invite you to enjoy it and together fabricate the commons. Merci, thank you, obrigada, gracias. Merci.
Merci, Raquel. Thank you very much, Raquel. It's now my pleasure to welcome Madame Julie Hort from the Fab City Foundation and Mrs. Sherry Lassiter from the FAB Foundation.
Good morning. Thank you, Martin. Julie will not be joining us today, I'm sorry to say. But I would like to say bonjour le monde, bonjour à tous, hello world. On behalf of the Fab City Foundation, we welcome you to the Fab City Summit. We're very honored this year to have the City of Montreal as our host. Thank you, Montréal. Merci, Madame Mayor Plante. And thank you to our good partner and co-host Communautic. Together over these next 3 days, we will dive deeply into how we as a global community are building sustainable, citizen-driven, resilient cities. The FAB Foundation, not FAB Foundation, sorry, the Fab City Foundation was actually officially established in 2020. However, it's been a decade in the making. It was formed to support giving an organizational framework to the Fab City initiative to achieve its mission. That is to help cities and regions produce what they consume sustainably, becoming locally productive, but globally connected. We believe sustainability and livability depend on our collective action and co-designed solutions which benefit the planet and the future of humanity. 10 years ago, the Fab City concept was first announced in Peru at Fab 7, which is the annual Fab Lab conference. And now today we have the Fab City Foundation. The foundation has a supervisory board, a management board, and a team of over 10 people who are working really hard to support structure for Fab City such that you have the resources that you need to achieve your goals. We work to catalyze the Global Fab City Initiative, which comprises 3 critical components. There's the Fab City Network, a community of 38 cities committed to sustainability, a network that's growing, as we will see a little bit later this morning. And the second is the Fab City Collective, which is a community of individuals, designers, engineers, makers, local and global champions that work with government organizations on the research and implementation of that vision. And then there's the Fab City Foundation now, which is an organized financial infrastructure to support the research and create platforms for knowledge sharing and to promote and disseminate best practices across the world. Today's conference theme is Fabricating the Commons. And I want you all to know that the Fab City Foundation is part of the Commons. It is an organization established for the benefit of you, for the benefit of Fab Cities, for the benefit of the Fab City Collective. Again, on behalf of Fab City Foundation, welcome to the summit. Bienvenue. We are looking forward to working with you, co-creating with you in the coming days, our mutual vision of building sustainable, citizen-driven, resilient cities. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Sherry, pour ce beau mot d'ouverture. Thank you very much, Sherry, for this wonderful welcome. It's now my honor, c'est maintenant mon honneur de vous présenter la ministre déléguée au transport et ministre responsable de la région de Montréal. It's now my honor to present the Delegate Minister of Transportation and Minister responsible for the City of Montreal, the Metropolitan Region of Montreal, Madame Chantal Roux.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, Madame la mairesse Valérie Plante, Madame Raquel Penalosa, présidente de Communautique, bonjour à vous toutes et à vous tous. Je suis vraiment très heureuse de participer à l'inauguration du sommet Fab City qui réunit chaque année le réseau international des villes et régions engagées dans le mouvement Fab City. Ce grand rendez-vous s'inscrit dans la semaine d'activité du FAB 16 Montréal qui a débuté ce lundi. D'entrée de jeu, je veux profiter de l'ouverture du sommet pour saluer le travail immense de Communautique qui est derrière la tenue de ces 2 importants événements chez nous. Je sais que l'année que nous venons de traverser ne vous a pas rendu la tâche très facile. Alors, je tiens à saluer votre dévouement et votre détermination grâce auquel on se retrouve enfin ensemble aujourd'hui. Since its creation, the Fab City movement has organized an annual summit bringing together participants from its member cities. And today, Montreal has the honor of hosting the participants, experts, and the public. À titre de ministre responsable de la métropole, je suis donc très fière que Montréal soit l'hôte de ces grands rendez-vous. I'm very proud that Montreal is hosting these events. It is certainly another opportunity to demonstrate the openness, creativity, and know-how of our city in terms of social and technological innovation. D'ailleurs, Montréal a été la première ville du Canada à accueillir des Fab Labs qui se sont multipliés au cours des années. Vous comprendrez donc que pour moi, la tenue du Fab 16 Montréal et du sommet Fab City ici était très importante. Montréal demeure ainsi ce terreau fertile pour les échanges et les apprentissages en matière d'innovation et de créativité, tout en consolidant sa notoriété et son expertise en la matière à l'échelle internationale. Par le biais du plan pour une économie verte, notre gouvernement a engagé le Québec dans un projet ambitieux jetant les bases d'une économie verte, résiliente face au changement climatique et plus prospère. Il était donc tout naturel pour nous d'appuyer le projet de Fab City puisqu'il prône l'économie verte et circulaire pour ses villes membres avec l'objectif de parvenir à une certaine autosuffisance. Vous le savez, Fab City entend contribuer à mettre en lumière ses moyens de produire de nouvelles formes de richesse à partir de ressources déjà utilisées, notamment en recourant aux technologies numériques innovantes. Voilà une autre raison pour notre gouvernement de soutenir le projet, puisque nous voulons faire du Québec un acteur de premier plan de la transformation numérique mondiale, notamment dans le cadre du plan d'action en économie numérique. Les sujets qui seront traités pendant ce sommet trouvent un écho particulier en cette année de bouleversement que nous vivons tous. La pandémie aura été pour la population et les gouvernements l'occasion de réfléchir aux moyens de repenser le monde de demain. Le mouvement des Fab City et des Fab Labs nous apporte les outils pour fabriquer nos solutions collectivement. Les communautés sont plus résilientes lorsqu'elles ont accès localement à des technologies de pointe ainsi qu'aux connaissances nécessaires pour mettre en œuvre les actions qui en découlent. Alors voilà un projet enthousiasmant pour notre métropole intelligente duquel s'inspirent déjà nombre de start-up et d'entreprises de haute technologie. Le sommet Fab City et ses multiples activités sont donc une vitrine extraordinaire pour nos entreprises innovantes, animées par beaucoup de savoir-faire et de créativité. La présentation du Fab 16 Montréal et du sommet Fab City crée une synergie remarquable. Il y a ici de quoi inspirer toute une relève et c'est ce dont nous avons besoin. Ces occasions permettent de rapprocher les experts ainsi que le grand public. Elles stimulent l'ingéniosité tout en rendant plus accessibles les outils de fabrication numérique au plus grand nombre. Je suis absolument convaincue que les activités offertes par FAB 16 Montréal depuis le début de la semaine ont contribué à démocratiser le concept des Fab Labs qui gagnent en popularité ici et ailleurs dans le monde. Vous tous réunis pour ce sommet, donnez vie à une occasion de diffuser des connaissances appelées à transformer nos façons de travailler, de vivre et d'évoluer dans les villes du 21e siècle. La pandémie nous démontre clairement l'importance d'être agile et de s'adapter aux défis de notre société. Avant de terminer, je tiens à réitérer l'importance pour le gouvernement du Québec d'avoir appuyé la tenue du FAB 16 Montréal et du sommet FAB City par le biais du secrétariat à la région métropolitaine du ministère des Affaires municipales et de l'Habitation, ainsi que du ministère de l'Éducation et de l'Enseignement supérieur. I now invite delegates, entrepreneurs, and citizens from all walks of life to enjoy the 3 exceptional days of the summit. Bravo aux organisateurs et bon sommet à tous et à toutes. Merci pour votre invitation.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la ministre Rouleau. Thank you, Minister Rouleau, for these opening words. C'est maintenant mon honneur de vous présenter la mairesse de Montréal, Madame Valérie Plante. It's now my honor to pass the microphone to the mayor of Montreal, Madame Valérie Plante.
Merci beaucoup. D'abord, je tiens à saluer ma collègue, la ministre Chantal Rouleau. On était ici il y a quelques temps et on s'y retrouve 2 ans plus tard, je dirais. D'ailleurs, je tiens à saluer Mme Peñalosa pour tout son travail et également de toute l'équipe qui est avec nous pour l'organisation de ce sommet. Alors, bien sûr, c'est un grand plaisir que Montréal se joigne au mouvement des Fab Cities. Merci de nous accueillir et surtout, bienvenue à Montréal. Nous sommes très fiers de nous joindre au réseau des villes Fab City aux côtés de Barcelone, Toronto, Paris ou Boston, pour ne nommer que celle-là, mais je sais qu'il y en a beaucoup plus encore. Ce mouvement se base sur une forte volonté de mise en commun des talents, des savoirs et des ressources. Et avec les défis qui nous attendent dans les prochaines années, eh bien, la mise en commun des solutions pour accélérer l'innovation, pour décloisonner les silos et pour réinventer ce qui peut l'être, eh bien, ça tombe à point. Montréal a beaucoup à offrir et il est d'ailleurs essentiel pour moi de positionner notre métropole dans les secteurs d'avenir et d'être une référence en matière de relance économique inclusive et durable. Avec nos grappes industrielles et nos universités de renom, nous sommes confiants de faire de notre relance un succès. Notre adhésion au mouvement des Fab Cities va amplifier notre réseau de savoir et d'innovation et va contribuer à ce succès. Montreal is committed to accelerating the ecological transition. In the coming years, many changes will have to take place in some important issues managed by the cities. Optimizing resource consumption, implementing a circular economy, reducing waste, giving priority to local supply, these are all the issues that will require our attention. We believe that our membership in the FAB City network will help us accelerate our transition through the greater sharing knowledge. It will also allow us to benefit from the commitment of partners, citizens, and institutions to develop bottom-up solutions and to achieve the various objectives of our ambitious plans, such as the climate plan, and the zero waste plan as well. Those are 2 very important ones, and we have other ones as well. À Montréal, nous comptons réduire de 10% la production des matières résiduelles d'ici 2025. Nous avons aussi l'objectif de détourner 60% des matières organiques de l'enfouissement d'ici 2025 et 100% en 2030. C'est pourquoi il nous importe de prioriser des actions de partage et d'inciter à la réparation et au réemploi, tels que le préconise le mouvement Fab City. Ce sont vraiment des objectifs auxquels nous adhérons. La réduction à la source et le réemploi sont les fondations d'une ville zéro déchet. Pour y arriver, ça prend des actions concrètes en collaboration avec le milieu. C'est pourquoi notre service de développement économique fait de l'économie circulaire une priorité. Nous établissons également des objectifs clairs pour réduire le gaspillage, autant alimentaire, vestimentaire et autres, pour atteindre le zéro déchet, pour améliorer la mobilité durable, pour électrifier nos transports, tout ça dans le cadre d'une feuille de route en économie circulaire. Enfin, notre grand plan stratégique, Montréal 2030, s'inscrit parfaitement dans les grands principes s'inscrit parfaitement dans les grands principes des Fab City. Il vise à, tout d'abord, accélérer la transition écologique, deuxièmement, de renforcer la solidarité, l'équité et l'inclusion, troisièmement, d'amplifier la démocratie et la participation, et enfin, de stimuler l'innovation et la créativité. Alors, tout ça et plus encore explique pourquoi Montréal souhaite s'engager en tant que Fab City. Et je suis très heureuse que nous soyons à Montréal pour ce congrès. Et je vous souhaite un excellent sommet. J'ai dit congrès, mais c'est plutôt un sommet. Et je souhaite un excellent sommet à tous et à toutes. I hope that this summit will give the opportunity, actually I'm sure it will give a lot of opportunity to share knowledge, best practices, so we can move forward. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la mairesse. Alors, on a entendu directement de la bouche de notre mairesse que Montréal se joint au mouvement Fab City. We've heard it straight from the mayor's mouth that Montreal is joining the Fab City movement. We have a video, but I think before. We have here a red button
Wow.
to press So what I propose is maybe with the president and the
Yeah,
minister,
Let's do it all together.
you could,
Right?
you
Three
could
women, just to
start.
say.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, it's true.
transformation.
And after that, we have a video presenting Fab City
On va
Montreal.
faire 3, 2, 1, on y va?
Oui.
C'est bon. 3, 2, 1, on y va!
Bonjour. Montréal a été, à partir de la deuxième moitié du 19e siècle, le berceau de l'industrialisation de l'économie canadienne. À la fin du 20e siècle, Montréal a amorcé la transformation de ses quartiers industriels et la revitalisation de son tissu urbain en misant sur une approche de développement économique communautaire. Cette transformation, quartier par quartier, avec les acteurs locaux, a permis de redonner à la population des milieux de vie à échelle humaine, abordables, fertiles économiquement et hautement créatifs, ce qui est toujours le cas et contribue non seulement à notre qualité de vie, mais aussi à notre attractivité sur la scène internationale. En ce début du 21e siècle, Montréal possède tous les atouts pour adhérer au mouvement Fab City. Elle est productive, résiliente et résolument engagée dans la transition écologique. En tant que première ville Fab City au Canada, Montréal continue de s'imposer comme chef de file en tant que ville novatrice et tournée vers l'avenir. Nous souhaitons inciter d'autres villes québécoises et canadiennes à s'engager dans des actions concrètes à nos côtés, notamment pour l'accélération de la transition écologique, la protection de la biodiversité urbaine et l'inclusion sociale. Avec notre partenaire communautique, actif depuis plus de 20 ans pour démocratiser la technologie et partager à toutes et tous ses bénéfices, nous avons lancé les premiers Fab Labs au pays. D'ailleurs, la contribution de Montréal à la vision Fab City s'enracine dans une conception plurielle de l'économie qui embrasse des approches d'économie sociale et circulaire. Nous croyons que la transformation nécessaire pour faire face aux enjeux sociaux et environnementaux passe par les villes. Nous soutenons de manière active la diplomatie municipale et le partage des connaissances à l'échelle mondiale entre les villes à travers les divers réseaux auxquels nous participons. Et bien sûr, nous priorisons les échanges directs avec les citoyennes et les citoyens ainsi que leur participation active à la vie municipale. Nous nous assurons de leur donner une voix et qu'ils disposent des outils nécessaires pour faire entendre leurs propositions. Bref, Montréal est une ville ouverte et cosmopolite, une ville de savoir à l'économie diversifiée, une ville innovante, créative et participative et une ville résolument déterminée à mener une relance verte et inclusive avec les autres villes du réseau Fab City.
Welcome back to
Montréal,
Montreal.
Fab City.
Very sorry for the delays. We don't always see what's going on, but I think you saw that we pressed the button. We're very happy. Thank you very
We did
much.
it twice, so for
We
sure.
did it
Yes,
twice.
yes,
In case of doubt.
Mm.
Merci beaucoup. Donc là, on est
Perfect.
offline.
Thank you to everybody. We're still online, so thank you, Madam Minister,
was
Madam
a
Mayor, Madam Peñalosa. So now we're going to the new city pledge, the Fab City Network, the new city pledge to produce almost everything they consume by 2054. Over to you.
Hello. Hello, and thank you, Martin, for the great introduction. And big welcome, Montreal, to the Fab City Network. I'm Ida from Fab City Foundation, and I have the pleasure today to welcome the new cities joining the Fab City Network. The New Cities Pledge is an opportunity for cities and regions to join the Fab City Network during the annual event of the Fab City Summit. So, a network of cities that have joined joined the Fab City Global Initiative since 2014. So currently 48, well, now 49 with Montreal. So the cities joined to pledge to produce almost everything they consume by 2054. So, which is also today the reason why we're here. And therefore, as Montreal made already this outstanding beginning, we will stay in the French-speaking regions So just changing the continent from to Europe, and yeah, to Montpellier, France, which will be represented today by Claire Hart, the Vice President of Montpellier Mediterranean Metropole, Delegate for International Outreach, Europe and European Cooperation, Municipal Councillor of Montpellier. So. And now the video will play.
Montpellier rejoint la FAB City Global Initiative. À Montpellier, nous travaillons pour devenir une ville localement productive et globalement connectée.
À Montpellier comme ailleurs, la jeunesse marche pour le climat. Elle exige que nous changions notre modèle de développement pour être davantage respectueux de notre planète, car il n'y a pas de planète de rechange. Partout, des initiatives apparaissent par les acteurs économiques, les citoyens, l'innovation.
Nous pensons que la durabilité et la résilience dépendent d'une action collective et de solutions co-conçues.
On voit apparaître des ressourceries, des Fab Labs, des réseaux d'économie circulaire qui se structurent à Montpellier comme ailleurs.
Montpellier rejoint la FAB City Global Initiative et a hâte de contribuer au développement du réseau.
Hello, Claire. Welcome.
Hello, Ida. Hi, bonjour, Montréal. Good morning to Montreal. I would first like to share the enthusiasm of our Mayor, Michael Delafosse, Mayor of Montpellier and President of Montpellier Metropole in the south of France. We are so excited to join the FAB City Network and participate in this fantastic adventure, building together a better future through innovation for our future generations. It's a wonderful quest that we are all embarked upon. And I am delighted to represent the Metropole here today. And I'm actually accompanied by three illustrious members of our consortium. The first one is Roman Metillon. Roman is from Station M of the UIMM. The second member is Alexandre Tessier, and Alexandre comes from the Fab Lab 34 bis of Sanofi. And finally, Menso de Winter, who comes from Lab Sud. So the territory of Montpellier Mediterranean Metropole brings together many different stakeholders, all engaged in the relocation of energy, food, and manufactured goods production. And we're very lucky to have a whole host of creative citizens who are already actively carrying out innovative zero-kilometer and zero waste projects. We're very lucky to have a fantastic global consortium here with 13 different structures who are all working together and pooling ideas and energies. We've got OBILAB, OIUT from Montpellier SET. We've got the Pro 3D UM, the Fab Lab 34 bis Sanofi, Station M UIM, the Fabrique MSAM, Lab Sud, Rico So, Couve la Passerelle, la Menuiserie Collective et Collaborative, EPF Montpellier, Repair Café Montpellier, L'Esprit Repeat, and L'Usine 34. It's important to name them all because they are very much really the driving force behind this fantastic project. So we are all of us together and strongly committed to supporting the emergence and coordination of actions in the circular economy. And we are all engaged in sharing experiences and reflections throughout and towards the FAB City Network in order to support and inspire other cities operating different projects across the planet, sharing the same interests. So we're extremely excited, as you can see and feel, I'm quite sure, through my words and the words of our mayor, to join the network. And we look very much forward to working with the consortium and with FAB City Global Initiative. We strongly believe that there is strength in numbers, so let's work together and build a better world. Thank you very, very much. And now you have to push the button.
Well, we pushed the button already.
Oh.
But it's fine.
Sorry,
well, it's magic, right?
Magic.
That's magic. But anyway, welcome and thank you for this great introduction of Montpellier. We're very happy to welcome you at the network, and we're looking forward for the upcoming collaborations and the projects and initiatives and so on. So thank you, Claire, and thank you, Montpellier.
Thank you, Ida. Thank you all.
So we're staying in Europe. We're just going a bit more to the north, to our next city, our first Scandinavian city, town. It's a bit smaller this time than Montpellier, in Sweden, Veberöd. So, and Veberöd developed an ambitious roadmap defining goals like creating a complete village, as a research hub. So by also inviting researchers and the community to work together. But I think more details here from Jan and Tim Malmgren from Sweden right after the video.
We all have to be innovative to face the challenges of tomorrow, like climate change. We have talked so much about smart cities, but kind of forgotten smaller municipalities and villages. Veberöd, that is a village with almost 6,000 inhabitants in the southern part of Sweden, and it's also part of the city of Lund. The city of Lund has a big university, and in the city center a lot of international companies have their research departments. Of course, Veberöd can learn and be inspired by others, but I think they have to find their own model to secure a good quality of life.
Hi everybody. My name is Jan from Veberöd.
And my name is Tim, also from Veberöd.
Our village is a small village. We are about 5,000 people, and we started up a small hub and a fab lab where we do some things like 3,000 visors for protection.
3D printing with local material like clay, for instance.
Lampshades.
And toys. And the smallest toy we can find, for instance.
This village is going to be 8,000 people, and in this we need to find out what is sustainability really. And that's why we built a 3D model of the complete village. It's 5 square kilometer big, and you see it behind me. And in this, we want to measure what is really sustainable. So what we do, we put in sensors like water consumption, energy, air pollution, everything we can find. And we work together with universities, 4 universities in Sweden. So this digital twin, we aim to put an AI on all the data to see if we are more healthy or less lonely, if you use more water. We try to connect all this data. And with all this, we also want to invite more universities and more companies and more people who really want their own copy of our village to see what's really sustainable. You can have the copy of our village and see everything that happens in your products and other products. And with those words, I would love to become the first Scandinavian and the smallest fab city in the world. Thank you so much. And now we press the button.
Hello and welcome to the Fab City Network. Thank you, Jan and Tim, for this amazing presentation. And also like for the crafts and everything. It's very nice to see what you're doing. And we're very looking forward to work with you together at the Fab City Network to collaborate and so on. So
we're very excited. Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, it's 2021 and the full Fab City Global Initiative welcomed and had the pleasure of welcoming 41 cities. So this part of the Fab City Summit is coming now to an end, and big thank you for everyone, and see you next year at the New Cities Pledge.
Martin from the okay? No, the thing is, can you hear me? We were
Welcome back to Montreal, and thank you to everybody for the wonderful pledge and presentations. It's now my honor to introduce to you, I think from in Bali right now, Thomas Diaz, and from Barcelona, City Councillor Michael Donaldson Carbon. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. I hope you can hear me and see me. Hello, world, and welcome, new cities, to the Fab City Network. It's such a pleasure to welcome new members that are going to be part of this big challenge that, as you know, it will take us another few, I think it's around 33 years to try to achieve almost all local self-sufficiency by 2054. So this journey started in Barcelona. There is a previous story that passed through Lima when we announced the efforts that we were going to do in relationship to developing the Fab City Global Initiative. But it really took a big leap when in Barcelona at the end of the 10th Fab Lab conference, we launched the Fab City Pledge, meaning that we were challenging cities of the world to produce almost everything they consume by 2054. So following that, there has been a lot of water going across the river. This is something that we say in Spanish. A lot of things have happened, but we're really happy to welcome today the pioneering city of Barcelona, in the voice and video of Michael Donaldson, Chief Information Officer of the Barcelona City Council, and who is keep pushing the agenda of radical innovation in the city, bringing social impact, and also trying to connect with the economic forces that are trying to make a living for all the citizens of Barcelona. Michael, welcome. Thank you very much for joining.
Hello, Thomas. Good to be here and share these few moments with you. Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon, good night, good wherever you are.
Yeah, it's good night from Indonesia. So, and a good morning in Montreal. So, Michael, you know, one of the things that I think that is recurring with the cities of the network is that when there is a change of administration, there somehow there is the fear that some of the efforts will be lost somehow, no? In the case of Barcelona, it has been the opposite. Actually, one of the key projects that you know, has been keeping the city in the forefront and inspiring other cities is the public network of Fab Labs, the Ateneus de Fabricación. Why don't you give us a little bit of an update on how are they doing, how many are there in the city, what is the future vision of these labs?
Yeah, I think, Thomas, that you made a good point, because in fact, in the last few 10 years, when we more or less start with the Fab Labs, we had our network of public Fab Labs. There have been three different governments. The first who started with these networks, you could call them right or center right. Then we went to Ada Colaus, which is more left wing, and now we've got a social Democratic Party in coalition with Ada Colau as a major. So there has been three different governments all these last years. But the assumption and the compromise with this innovation, with this technology that has to get closer to the citizens, is being the same with all different governments. And that's very important from the institution point of view, because policies that don't depend on politics, policies depend on general ideas, and especially they are centered on citizens and on the city. So I think that you made a good point, and it's remarkable to say that that's the case of Barcelona. Currently, we've got 5 different Fab Labs, and we are opening one more in San Martín. The idea is to cover practically all the areas in Barcelona. And then it's very important our collaboration that we've got with the Fab Lab, concretely with the Fab Lab in Barcelona, with IAC. We've been working during the lockdown. We are currently doing projects together. So all this public-private collaboration is also very important to enrich the capacity and the presence in the territory.
Yeah, and we are super happy to be able to make that happen. You know, I remember some of the conversations we had in past maker fairs when, you know, we had the opportunity to really put together all the innovation community of Barcelona that is huge. And one of the things that we saw is the power of, also, I think like they deserve to be honored, is the effort that not only Fab Labs or maker spaces, public or private, but also citizens that have fabrication equipment in their houses. They started a movement during the pandemic, no? And I think that that's something that later on the city council was supporting further. Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, that's something that I won't say that it surprised us because, as you said, our ecosystem and all the movement around makers and all the movement around the Fab Labs has been going on for a long time, and it's pretty strong. So I wouldn't say that it surprises, but at the same time, it was really great to see such amount of people from different places, from Barcelona, but also from outside of Barcelona, working for the same goal. At the moment, we are talking about March, April, at the beginning of this pandemic in Barcelona, in Europe. Of course, it started before in Asia, but in Barcelona in March, we didn't have any masks, we didn't have any APIs, we didn't have any protections. Even in the hospitals, they were at that level of not having any resources. And all the makers community got together all along and started to make a lot of this equipment, all these facial masks. We produced like 300,000. We were able to send them to hospitals, to social workers, to people that were working in the front line, supermarkets, and all these different areas that they were working for citizens. And it was really good to see everybody working together with the same goal, along with Fab Lab in Barcelona and many other community makers and many other people. We worked from the City Hall, from the network of our Fab Labs, in order to have a logistics center, in order to provide all the material, all this plastic that was needed in order to make all this equipment.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic also to see even, you know, taxi drivers and delivery services being also engaged. So it was really a collective effort from the city. And I, you know, in a way, after, you know, the main problem with the pandemic or the main, let's say, emergency happened, we got the feeling that, okay, how we can continue this? And it's something that you cannot create artificially, right? There is an emergency, you respond. But now we are facing other type of emergencies. I'm gonna touch two. One is a social emergency, let's say a social crisis. A lot of that is related with housing, especially in Barcelona. And we are seeing like from very first hand, because we are in the Poblenou, which was an all industrial area of Barcelona. Then it started to be populated with an innovation ecosystem. And then it has becoming like, it has a lot of pressure for real estate. And now a lot of this ecosystem is also moving to the north, to the Besós. And you know, even during all these, it's of course obvious, like there is a super important interest from the economy point of view to develop the city. There is also an opportunity. My question is that how would you see opportunities to really still create pockets of innovation in which, and I think in San Martín is what you're doing with the public Fab Lab, no? But I see also like how we can look at, probably connect with private initiatives like a TDMC in the north of the city of Ashoka. They're becoming manufacturing hubs in the city. And this is also like something that it seems that we need.
Yeah. I mean, it's a complicated question because it would take us a lot of time to answer the whole lot. But I see, I mean, Fab Labs and our Ateneus of Fabricación Digital, digital fabrication, I think they've got a lot of potential. And this is not a kind of a sentence you say when you are in a congress or in an event. No, it's got a lot of potential. What it really means is that it creates the conditions, it has the potential in order to facilitate the citizens and this innovation ecosystem to create, to do things. I mean, we just put all these resources, the equipments, the machines, the software, and the knowledge that's behind all these buildings, because they are not just buildings, there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of network. And then kind of the magic just appears in the sense if you give all the conditions, all the resources, if you let all these in the hands of our citizens, we are really surprised of what's going on. I mean, they come with ideas that we never even would imagine. So, I mean, just create these conditions and let things happen in the sense of less red tape, less bureaucracy, more opportunities, just pointing out goals, common goals, but not telling the people what to do, because they do know what to do. They do know even needs that you never thought of. They know how to achieve them. They've got a lot of personal knowledge. So just put the conditions out there. Stop doing as a city hall everything. Of course, we need to deliver all the public subsides. We need to deliver public schools, hospitals, and all this kind of stuff. But when we're talking about innovation, we are talking about the more diversity, the richer city we're going to have. So the more we are able to embrace and to bring all these people and let them do things together, the better it's going to be for the whole city.
So, thank you. And it's fantastic, and I believe like the efforts that Barcelona is putting in that regard. Again, it's public and private. It's something like is remarkable, and I feel good to say it now that I'm not in Barcelona, so I am really promoting Barcelona from the distance. It looks even more clear. No, finally, Michael, and a topic that is hot right now. No, like a couple of years ago, when there was the announcement of having the south of Europe Amazon Center in Hospitalet, that is in the south of Barcelona. For us, it was like, oh wow, we are keep like developing infrastructure that is part of a 20th century ideal of moving materials around the world and using a lot of fossil fuels. Right now, there is also a big discussion on another infrastructure that is is being promoted in Barcelona and in Catalonia, which is the airport. No, so it seems like we are keeping this discussion between the 20th century economy and the 21st century economy. Do you see in the future? And again, this is more like a freedom of doesn't necessarily needs to be connected to a strong opinion about yes or no the airport, but do you see in the future that we will move to a more a more responsive infrastructure, meaning like we will see micro factories in Barcelona, we will see centers that can take materials and turn them into new raw materials that they can be sent to these micro factories? How we can, how we can imagine a city that is able to produce what it needs and make it in a more sustainable way? Very easy question, by the way.
Yeah, Yeah, again, don't feel guilty about not being in Barcelona because I'm in the middle of my holidays. I'm in Galicia, where my family is from, so I'm away from the heat of Barcelona at the minute. Well, I haven't got an opinion on the airport because it's kind of thing that's too far away from where I work, and I haven't got all the information. I haven't read anything about it, so I would give my opinion as a regular citizen. I think it's not an interest for anyone, but obviously, and that's something we are working in the digital innovation perspective, is in a more sustainable future. I mean, and this is something related to infrastructures, to how we consume things, to how we produce things, to how we get things, and the whole lot. I mean, it's not something that you could talk about the airport or the Amazon center or wherever. I mean, you need to talk this globally. And basically, I'm going to answer to your question, following your own question. I mean, we need to work on this idea of more sustainability during the whole process, and this includes the consume we do and the use we do on the products we use. And this means not only producing it and the consuming, but also on reusing these products. And this is where I think Fab Labs and Ateneos de Fabricación Digital, our network of Fab Labs, have got a central point. I mean, I think we can work a lot with the citizens in this idea of reusing material, of giving a second life. We call it circular economy, reuse, recycle, wherever. But this is, I think, it's a central point, and this is something that from a very, very local, from our equipment, from our Fab Labs, we can work with citizens.
Thank you, Michael. Anything else you want to share with the new cities of the network?
No, I'm happy. I'm happy to share. The more cities, the merrier. That's what they say. This is, I think it's also good for the Fab Labs network. So keep on the good work, and we've got a lot of things on the future to work together.
And we will try to create the mechanisms to keep us all connected. Thank you so much, Michael, again. Please keep enjoying your vacation. Sorry for taking you a few minutes out of it, and enjoy.
Thanks a lot,
Bye-bye.
Tomas, and thanks a lot, everyone there in Toronto.
Montreal.
In Montreal, sorry, I'm sorry. Jesus. In Canada, I should have said in Canada, or even in America. Keep the woodwork in Montreal. Je suis désolé pour mon... Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye.
Okay. Over to Martin. No, I continue. Okay, good. So because this is like a great connection with our next conversation. One of the things that we were discussing in the last with the last question with Michael Donaldson is this idea of what is the infrastructure of the 21st century, which are the technology developments that we need in order to make possible cities that produce almost everything they consume. It's not an easy task. We have been thinking again with a mentality of creating infrastructure. A lot of the technological development has been in developing of faster, better transportation systems to move things, to move products, to move people around the world. And now we are in a moment in which we see that has limitations and it has a big impact in the planet. So the work of Fab Labs has been showing I would say like almost the tip of the iceberg, which are the possibilities of moving bits around the world and keeping the atoms locally. From bits to atoms and from atoms to bits is something that is in the foundation of the research that Professor Neil Gershenfeld has been developing during the last couple of decades or more. And I'm really happy to welcome Neil, permanent source of inspiration and guidance of the work of Fab Labs and Fab Cities, to discuss about this technological roadmap and which are the opportunities and the challenges that we have in the years to come. Neil?
Bonjour, hola, good morning. Happy to join you. So let's see, I'm not sure if I'm going to be the good cop or the bad cop in this feel good morning, but I want to challenge everyone. So Barcelona started with an inspiring vision and challenge. One way it was described was Barcelona was a product in to trash out conversion device. And the goal instead was for data to come and go, bits to come and go, but atoms to stay. Another way to view it is Barcelona was an engine of consumption, turning it into an engine of creation. One more way to say it is viewing this as a new kind of urban infrastructure and really a human right, the means to create. So rousing vision, Barcelona challenge, everybody pushes the button. That's great. But what does the button mean? It means a few percent per year, so not a step at the very end, but a few percent per year of replacing global consumption with sustainable local production. Pushing the button is easy. What's hard is delivering on that. And in particular, what's hard is measuring your progress against that. And as the Fab City program progresses, cities are invited to join, but they can also fall off. That you need to commit to really meeting this roadmap to stay as part of the Fab City commitment. So the button is the easy part, measurement is the harder part, and the harder part still is delivering on the few percent a year. And it's like global warming. To hit the goal at the end of the countdown, a lot has to happen now very quickly. So meeting that commitment is based on providing access to the means of production. And there's lots of exciting examples. When the pandemic hit, we went from broken global supply chains to the idea of local production that went from something that was possible to something that became essential, as Barcelona was just noting. So most immediately medical supplies, and there was this huge gap between very small scale do-it-yourself and traditional mass manufacturing, and distributed local production, sending data, producing locally stepped in to fill that. Lots of Fab Labs make furniture all the way up to from small houses to one of the biggest projects Tomas ever worked on, which was whole houses. That the Barcelona Fab Lab barely survived that one, but made a complete solar house. So shelter, lots of progress on urban agriculture. Barcelona helped inspire aqua pioneers, aquaponics, hydroponics, aeroponics, looking at Fab Labs to produce food. There are projects making energy, converting, so small scale solar and wind generation. Projects on recycling, upcycling, turning waste materials into high value materials, creating urban infrastructure, projects making wireless data networks, for example, rather than having a PTT do that. And one of the most interesting products being made in these Fab cities is people, is skills. And so programs like the Fab Academy and Fabricate and Bio Academy, and an exciting program Tomas is developing with Tomas Vivanco Lorraine on design, are helping develop people with the skills to do all of that. So that's the exciting part. This is possible, but those need to be developed. They're at the demonstration stage. They're not really running at scale. They need to be curated and they need to be propagated. And so I think one of the really important stages in the life of this project is the measurement infrastructure. And then a big one is the infrastructure to develop and deploy this technology. And something that's emerging that I would encourage are super Fab Labs as technology hubs. We have one of these we expect to be coming in Somerville. We'll talk more about that later today, but kind of super Fab Labs for Fab City technologies to develop and deploy. The whole stack, the full stack, Tomas will tell you all kinds of things about, rest at the very bottom on this technological, the means to deliver on that. It's possible, but there's a lot of work to come. And so view this kind of like, again, to meet the global warming challenge, we need to frantically be working today. In the same way, to meet the 40-year Barcelona countdown, time is ticking. And we need to be frantically working today to develop and deploy the enabling technologies for the vision. So that's the hope, the opportunity, but the challenge I'd like to leave everybody with.
Thank you, Neil. And yeah, definitely the full stack will become part of that. I think that the how. No, we have been talking a lot about the what, meaning that we identify that not only ourselves within the FabLab network, but also with all the city members, that there is a need to transform the model of production and consumption. So yes, it was a 40-year commitment, but it's true that this the how is the most critical part, and we have been seeing like at the potential of Fab Labs as basically the you know, as you say, as being at the bottom of this full stack and being almost like the roots in which all this capacity and these skills can be applied into what cities need, and also that needs a lot of articulation and means to connect with the human factor. So how do you see this? Do you see humans as a bug or as a feature and also in these challenges?
Again, you're asking softball questions today. So before I answer a softball question, you draw the full stack like this. Sometimes it feels like it's this. It's a full stack resting on a tippy bottom. I think maybe it needs to be a little bit more like this. You need a strong base to build the full stack on. And so that's just the point that I'm belaboring, that it's much more than having a 3D printer and a laser cutter. With a 3D printer and a laser cutting, turning that into an urban agricultural system to produce food more efficiently than it can be done any other way is a lot of research, a lot of technology development. There's just a lot to stabilize the base of the full stack. In terms of people as bugs and features, again, for softball questions, the growth of the Fab Lab network and the Fab City network and Fab Academy and all of that is all about people. It's social engineering much more than technical engineering. It's creating environments where bright, inventive people can flourish. And for me, ultimately, the heart of this whole Fab enterprise is using more of the brain power of the planet. The amazing story is, going back to Barcelona, if you look at official statistics, you see 50% youth unemployment. But if you open EAC, you see Tomas and all of your colleagues, that the planet is full of this underused brain power, every bit as clever as you find in tech hubs like Cambridge or Silicon Valley, but without the means to act on it. And ultimately, even beyond Fab Cities, is what we're creating is the means to use more of the brain power of the planet. And again, it's much more than just the machines. It's creating the environments where I like to describe MIT as a safe place for strange people. That's sort of the main thing it does. That bright, inventive people don't behave well. And creating environments where people like that are productive and happy and flourish is right at the heart of this.
And Neil, can you give us a sneak peek of what might happen in the greater Boston area between Cambridge, Somerville, and Boston itself?
Yeah, so this has been from frustrating to exciting. So leaders of Boston, Somerville, and Cambridge all pushed the button at Fab 11, and then that was much too easy, and then they tossed it to offices and just not much was happening. But I think in part the pandemic has helped bring home to each of them just how this goes from something that's possible to something that's essential. And so they're all really embracing the means to make in a much more serious way. So in Boston, for example, Artisans Asylum is moving to a new development. A part of Boston called Alston is getting completely transformed, and they're going to be anchoring that. Cambridge has projects like the Foundry, and Mayor of Somerville, Joe Curtatone, coming to the end of his term, you couldn't be more committed to this. He has he and his development team have a really compelling vision. Somerville missed the first round of tech development, which gave it an opportunity to kind of skip over that. So it's bringing in mass transit, bringing in lots of developers, but requiring the developers to provide space for art, for community, for all the functions we're talking about. And so we're looking with them at creating both a global base for the Fab Foundation as a super community resource, but a linked but distinguishable space, which is one of these Fab City technology hubs, space to really do at a substantial scale urban agriculture, to work on machines, making machines to make the maker spaces for the cities, places to make wind turbines and citywide, data antennas, as a real commitment from the city. So still evolving. In English we say dotting the I's and crossing the T's, but you still have to write the I's and T's. So we're not quite at that stage, but it looks very promising for those all to aggregate as a regional network connected to this global program.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Neil. I think that's, it's going to inspire many other cities. I see also some connections with some of the updates that we're going to have soon. And yeah, thank you again. This is a long journey and we're just starting.
Good. And so rousing morning, exciting session, and the message is, now the hard part comes. It's exciting, we can do it, but now we really tackle the hard part. Good luck to everyone.
Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you very much. So I continue, correct? My production team? Yes, correction. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I have it under control. So I'm really pleased to keep having updates from cities. In a way, it's very, it's really amazing to talk, to be able to discuss with Neil the roadmap and see the big vision about where we could go with Fablabs and Fab Cities. Sorry, but also now it's more exciting to get even like updates of what is happening at Boston itself, right? So with that, we start to open this session, another part of this session, which is knowing what is happening in some of the cities that are really pushing forward the Fab City agenda. And, in the meantime that we develop the metrics that we certainly agree that we have to have in order to measure progress, we have the opportunity each year to also share the experiences, share maybe in a more qualitative way, but also in quantitative and with some numbers that we will see later on, how these cities are progressing. So we're going to talk with Paris, with Yucatan, and with Hamburg. Also, sorry, in Brazil as well. And I'm very happy to introduce now Carlota Fontana Valenti from Volumes Paris. Volumes is one of the founding members of the Fab City Grand Paris and also the Fab City Hub project in Centrino. Carlota, over to you.
Hi everybody. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm gonna share my screen because I have a presentation. So yes, today I would like to present, I'm very happy to be here and to representing Volume, which is a consultancy and research firm based in Paris, and we are experts in the implementation and activation of productive hubs. Today, I would like to tell you a little bit more about a European project, which is called Centrino, that support a new industrial revolution that puts citizens at the core of sustainable transformation. Centrino is first of all, is an acronym, is a very strange acronym. That recall the meanings of transforming abandoned industrial area in new centralities and as engines of innovation and urban transformation. Is an Horizon to 2020 project that will run between 2020 and 24, and it involves 25 participants, 11 countries, and 9 pilot cities. The vision of Centrino is that by recovering the heritage values of industrial site, we can foster a more inclusive and sustainable productive model that will have an effect at cities and neighborhood level. The mission of Centrino articulates according 3 different key points that are how we rethink the way city governs their material resource, to foster social inclusion through craftsmanship, culture, and heritage, and to shape new socioeconomic and sustainable identities in industrial areas. The approach that Centrino develops is the narrative of circular economy and productive cities. This means that materials stay local and information travel globally, thanks to the support of networks of innovation that will take place in creative hubs. Centrino also developed a conceptual approach that follows 5 key concepts. Those concepts are circularity, social inclusion, training, innovation, and heritage. As I told you before, the European project takes place in 9 different cities, which are diverse in size, economic, and political model. And all these cities will develop their own approach for a productive cities. Now, Centrino is a unique project because it suggests an innovative and inclusive approach. It recognizes the collective and multi-layered nature of place, and it focuses on a specific kind of hubs that is called the FAB City Hubs. Now, I would like to tell you a little bit more about how we imagine and we count implementing those 9 FAB City Hubs in those cities. Is one of the mission of Centrino with the other partners to define what a FAB City Hub is, to support the pilot to co-design, kick off, and run a FAB City Hub based on a global vision and a local needs, and to make those FAB City Hubs operate together as an international network of locally productive hubs. Where this initiative come from? The initiatives come from the FAB City Global Initiative, that is a global network of 38 cities that want to enabling the recovery of local knowledge around the design and production. Is an expansion from the Fab Labs and the Fab Lab networks, which support the fabrication facilities, to the Fab City networks, which wants to support bioregion and city to produce everything they consume locally. So where we situate these Fab Labs, we have realized that Fab Labs are one of the dots of a very large panorama of creative and productive hubs that all share an innovative approach to production, innovation, and knowledge. So we can think of Fab City Hubs as an evolution and hybridization of all these creative and productive hubs that suggest an holistic way and a multi-layered perspective to those 3 concepts I mentioned before: production, innovation, and knowledge. How we are going to implement and to support these Fab City Hubs? Of course, we think this has a process and has a series of activities, the production of deliverables and the prototyping of activities with the pilot city. We have, in this first year of the project, we have conducted a detailed overview and analysis of existing creative and productive hubs. We have contributed to feed a tool, an online tool, which is called the Online Journal, that document and shape a common vision of what a Fab City Hub is. And we have also selected the 15 most remarkable hubs in Europe that could inspire pilot city. From this curated selection of hubs, we have extracted 10 main principles. Those principles
Carlota,
yeah.
Sorry, just this is a reminder that the time is up, but you can accelerate it within the next minute.
Finished.
Okay,
yes.
Please go ahead. Thank
you. Those 10 principles are taught as a sketch, as line of research and exploration for pilot cities, and that they have been clustered according to three different categories. One is the principle that reflect upon the vision, how one should think about Fab City hubs and how these Fab City hubs relate to the actors of the city, the partners and the communities. The second group of hubs is how they establish strategies of collaboration with the communities and how they define themselves as an inclusive place. And the third group of principle reflect upon the physical space and the relation between communities and those spaces. I don't have more time to develop this principle, but the interesting part will come next when the pilot city will test their own approach to this principle and to the 5 key concepts. Last news that I would like to share is that at the beginning of 2020, Paris will open the first prototype of Fab City hubs, thanks to the collaboration of Fab City Grand Paris, Volumes, and Oasis Pantheon. Thank you, and sorry for the passing the time.
No worries. No worries. Thank you so much, Carlota. It was fantastic also to see Centrino being shared with the Fab City network, because the full stack that was mentioned before is actually one of the core elements that structure the work that we're doing in this project. This is interesting as well because in the previous conversation, we were talking about the base. This is going more up in the stack, in the upper layers, and see how these Fab City hubs can help this technological layer to be articulated with other intangible assets. For instance, the project connects with heritage, but also connects with vocational training and social impact. So keep a look at Centrino. It's funded by the European Union. It's a project that we also, in which many Fab cities are participating, and it's some of the opportunities that we find within different grants frameworks to keep developing the Fab City agenda in this case at the European level. So next, after Paris, we move forward back to the Americas. We go to Yucatan, the region of Yucatan. And I'm really happy to welcome Oscar Diaz Carrillo from the Fab City region, Yucatan, who also joined the network. I think it was last year, or no, a couple of years ago. It was in Amsterdam, I remember. Yeah. Welcome, Oscar.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. And I'm Oscar Diaz from Fab City, Yucatan. And I'm going to show you more or less our governance model. I want to share my screen. Is it show it? Okay, so yeah, as Thomas says, we pledged 2019 in Amsterdam, and I want to show you how is our governance model. Who we are a social civil association that works like an urban innovation center, and we seek to influence the public policy and good practices in Latin American region, and also here in our state, Yucatan. So we are the consortium, and the council is formed with these local actors that include makers, include cultural actors, and also technological and citizen organizations. So here is where we are in Yucatan, in the southeast of Mexico. And we have these foundation models since 2018, and we work in these 4 strategic lines, that is circular economy, open data and citizen science, climate action and resident cities, and future learning. Also, our sustainability model is based on a search for funds and grants for other instance and also actors like international or national funds through research and development service, through commercialization, and through collaborative strategic projects with partners. Like the photo here is when we work with the Merida City Council to develop technology projects. So our main goal also is to consolidate other networks like the FAB City network that works into climate action and other stuff like culture. So we are part of this network also, like Climate Heritage Network, El Pacto Global de Alcaldes for Latin America, and making citizens resilient. So these other networks give us like entrance to other councils and city councils to work together to improve their digitalization project and also the resilient strategic that they have for their cities. So this is more or less our roadmap. We start by founding Fab Lab Yucatan in 2015. And then we have some approach to the local government who signed for the FAB City Pledge in 2018. Then we pledged in Amsterdam in 2019, where we have this, like today, the dream to push the button to submit to the FAB City network was for us in 2019. And then we have the same year our first citizen science pilot, that was our first concrete project to work together with the citizenship and the city council. And then the COVID-19 came, and we start to develop some strategic projects that integrate hybrid formats and also more or less technology for citizen participation. And what is next? This year, we start to create an innovation agenda to create a FAB City Yucatan hub. So one of the most strategic project that we developed together with the German Office for Cooperation in Mexico was this program that was to strengthen a social civil association to create these tools, technological tools for the cities during the pandemic through the collaborative and participatory process. So what's next for us is this innovation agenda to create the FAB City Yucatan Hub that mainly we want to migrate from these 4 research lines, current lines of the consortium, to create 4 decentralized research centers, with each one have pilot actions projects that we can implement with the climate and resilient agenda of the region and international. So in the first one is the future learning line that will be improved by FAB Lab Yucatan. The second one is circular economy, that we will have a circular lab. Open data and citizen science. Now we have the first step, that it was the citizen science campaign, Sense of Citizens, but we want to create this citizen science lab, and climate action and resilient cities, that will create this another lab to each one have its own fund, like public or private funds, to create this project, and also to consolidate this 4 research line in our region. And that was all.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Oscar. And I realized that I flipped the order, and my apologies. You were supposed to come first, Benedict, but I think that makes like still a nice connection. This German connection between Yucatan and Hamburg, maybe, and we will see. But I think like the work that the city of Hamburg is bringing to the network, which joined also the same year as Yucatan, is starting already to be outstanding. The city of Hamburg is forming, I think, like a new path to organize and to run FAB cities that will inspire many other initiatives around the world. So Benedikt Seidel, who's been like the local champion, part of the FAB City Collective, and also FAB City Hamburg Association, can tell you more about it. Thank you so much for being here, Benedikt.
Yeah, thanks for letting me part of this. And thanks, Montreal, for hosting this event. It's been a pleasure to see it so far, and I'm very glad to contribute to it now by sharing some insights from Hamburg. I guess what every other FAB city would have done when we encouraged our local network of FAB labs. So we connected those and thought of how we could keep on developing the concept and the network locally. And out of these considerations, we have kind of conceptualized the strategy for developing our FAB city into a physical infrastructure, which is mainly the FAB labs, where you have all the tools for digital fabrication, 3D printers, laser cutters, and so on. But then the second part of the strategy, we think, is a digital infrastructure. And here we saw a big gap that or a big potential to formulate it in a better way. So this is what we have kind of taken on. And we have started a project called Interfacer together with a very strong consortium, which is funded by the European Union, called Interfacer, where we want to co-develop the digital infrastructure for FAB cities and regions. And this is quite a big budget. So we got 5 million euros just for this project. On the other hand, it's a very short project. It's limited to March 2023. So almost just 1.5 years. It has already started. And so what does this digital infrastructure look like? First of all, we want to make it commons oriented or commons based, because this is in line with the FAB City values overall. So what does this mean concretely for the FAB City digital infrastructure? This means for us that that all parts of the digital infrastructure are open source software and consist of or have a federated backend as an architecture. That means that there's no, when you think of a platform that is hosted somewhere, then a federated platform or platform with a federated backend would not have a central server where all the data goes through, but several different servers, just like the FAB City network. Each FAB City would host its own part of the digital infrastructure, but still be connected to the other ones, to the other FAB cities. And on the front end, what kind of services would be provided by the digital infrastructure? We think of several different components. The most obvious one coming from the FAB Lab movement probably is the collaboration in digital designs or sharing data to produce locally. So this is a very core part of FAB City, of the digital infrastructure. And but there's other layers to it, which are communication. We need something like Slack, but in a hopefully in a federated way. And we are trying out Element, for example, which is a service which provides this, but also different other layers, for example, knowledge sharing, like a wiki. That is probably very helpful. But whatever we put into this digital infrastructure in the end, that is, of course, we don't decide that on our own, but we want to enhance the global network to decide this together with us and with the FAB City Foundation as a legitimate organization to do this. Tomorrow, for example, we will have a workshop where we want to talk to you, to the consortium, or to the FAB Lab network, to the global one, to hear what you think is needed in the digital infrastructure for FAB cities. And then we want to implement it. And in August next year, we will release the alpha version, which we hope many FAB cities will try out with us. And so one particular pillar of this digital infrastructure I want to just take a closer look on is the one for which is dedicated to distributed design or sharing digital designs, like computer-aided manufacturing, like G-code for 3D printers, and code is developing that. So which we call distributed design. I'm going to share my screen really briefly so you can see what I am talking about. I hope you can see my screen, and I make this bigger here. So maybe I can I get feedback? Oh yeah, now you see my screen. And so go to our webpage, fabcity.hamburg, and there's an overview of this and a description of it in more detail. So what we do is it's a very, very sophisticated way to create a business model for open source hardware, for example, and by combining different elements of open source technologies that are already out there. Yeah, so I only have 10 seconds left. So go to fabcity.hamburg, our webpage, and check it out and give us feedback. And I hope to talk to you about it more on the workshop tomorrow. Thanks.
Many thanks, Benedict, and the work that sorry, and the work that the team and the city of Hamburg is doing is not only relevant for FAB cities, but also for the FAB Lab network. We are looking forward also to create those connections between the different digital infrastructure levels that are needed. Again, like at the different layers of the stack. That's also showing more and more how the different, the governance models, the digital infrastructure, the technological layer, these are all things that need to be synced and working together in order to really produce the scale or that scale of impact that we need to create in relationship to the challenge that we have ahead. So thank you so much, Benedict. I'm going to jump now to a countrywide network. I'm really happy to introduce Carolina Marini from FAB City, Brazil. Brazil is the home of 5 FAB cities. And it's it's a continent itself. Brazil is so big, and at the same time, it's so interesting to see how the work that Carolina and Kenzo are doing is also impacting, step by step, the needs that a region or a country like Brazil needs. So, Carolina, we want to hear from your updates. Over to you.
Oh, thank you, Thomas. Yeah, it's step by step, definitely. Oh, but thanks for having me today. I'm Carolina Marini. I'm one of the coordinators of Brazilian Fab Lab Network and a co-founder of Brazilian Fab Lab Institute. It's a pleasure to be here speaking on behalf of our network. I'm going to share my screen and show you show you to have a glimpse of our network. Just a second. Okay. Well. Since the beginning, we are guided by these 3 points. One of them is connection. So our network always work for contact and connect all Brazilian Fab Labs and create interesting dialogue with partners. The second point is gravity, organize and document all actions as record of progress and develop all new approval model for space while they become Fab Labs. And the third is flow, developing digital communication channels with regular meetings and actions, and work groups by area of interest. This is interesting because these 3 points are guide all the projects and action in our network and our Fab City network. As Thomas said, we have 5 Fab cities. So in 2019, we create the Institute because we feel that the moment that we need to talk more about Fab City and make a movement with companies, universities, schools, and government agencies, because they are always ask us how to help them. Oh, it's a little bit slow here. But in 2020, we have the pandemic, and our Fab Labs and Makerspace supported all healthcare area, printing face shields or creating and develop all emergency equipment for the healthcare. But now we are in a new movement, and we started this movement last Friday. And this movement is about reconnecting the network and the Fab Cities network too. So we launched the Reconnection movement and new activities to reestablish the spirit of collaboration. From now on, the network will be guided to create the digital fabrication professional for the labor market. We are creating this movement to help the labor market understand how digital fabrication is so important to our community, to our society. So let's talk about Fab City. We have now our first city is Fab City is Curitiba. It's a moment, it's too slow here. So all the Fab Cities have a lot of projects running, but I decided to show just one, just because we don't have much time. So Curitiba is running a very interesting urban agriculture. They opening more than 100 urban vegetable garden, and now they are testing the new technologies at the first urban farm in Brazil. Just waiting. And Belo Horizonte is the city that I'm living, and it's very interesting because the city hall, through the International Relations Office, is carrying out meetings and with partners to develop projects such as Climaton. The event aims to promote the development of solutions focused on the climate agenda. And the last one is the huge one, city, São Paulo. São Paulo has 13 FAB labs around the city in a very vulnerable places. So the public FAB labs network is offering courses in digital fabrication for the socially vulnerable youngsters. They are granted to scholarship to participate in these courses. So this is how we are moving on. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay.
Thank you, Caro.
Yeah, okay.
No, if you wanna close with a closing comment, please go ahead. But we need to move on.
No, it's just I would like to say if someone would like to know more about our projects, contact me.
Fantastic.
Thank
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Caro. It has been great listening from and seeing the updates from Brazil, where 5 cities are being developed step by step, as you see. This is a journey that will take some time, but also that we have put a deadline with a clear intention of accelerating the pace a little bit. The planet demands speeding up the kind of impact that we need to make on it in order to transform our relationships with the natural ecosystems and also our relationships between humans. We have seen through different examples how important is to have a framework that help us to articulate the efforts that each one of the cities are doing and put this all together in a common agenda, right? So I think like behind all of this, the idea of fabricating the commons really matches perfectly in the whole spirit of what we're trying to do is starting to aggregate all those small efforts that can happen in a city of as we learned from Sweden, a city of 1,000 people to a country of over 250 million, right? So I think we share in a hyper-connected world as we live today. We are part of the same systemic problems, and right now we are all connected more than ever to those, and also we will be connected to the solutions. So if you want to know more about what the full stack or AKA FAB City Strategic Action Plan, you can join some of the workshops that are happening tomorrow. We will have games and other ways in which you and your city can get involved in that. And also my final comment is, as you can see, we are moving from being cities that have been putting a lot of efforts to pushing a button and to be in a map. To start to develop projects, to have budgets, to have teams working on building local and global infrastructure, governance models, efforts in order to transform the way we produce and consume. Thank you very much again. I pass it over to Martin this time, right? Or not? Yes, thank you. Okay, Martin, over to you.
Thank you, Thomas. We're back in Montreal, not Toronto, but thank you, Michael, for giving us that idea. And I'm sure there's people in Toronto that are watching, and we will certainly follow up because Montreal and Toronto have a lot of linkages, and I think it would be really great for us to work together on this project. This was fascinating for us that are just starting in the process, that have just pushed the button to hear your different experiences. And we feel we have a lot to learn. Thanks, Neil, for reminding us that pushing the button is the first step. We still have a lot of work in front of us. And the notion of having a broad first layer of that full stack, the human layer, is something we're working on in Montreal. Fabricating the Commons, our theme, is very important for us here in Montreal. We have Fabricating the Commons, we have Montréal en commun, which has various angles. We're working on food, on mobility, on citizen data, on bylaws with our citizens in a participatory mode. And we're putting a lot of energy, and we're going to make the efforts as well to make sure that this is inclusive so we can unlock, as you said, Neil, the unused brain power that we need to accelerate this transition that's quite urgent. So thanks for everybody for inspiring us with all the work you're doing. Merci Grand Paris, the Amazon, Sweden, Yucatan, Hamburg. We're going to have two panels after a break. So we're going to have a short break of about 5 minutes. And after that, we have two panels under the theme Fabricating the Commons. The first one will be in English with Ms. Kate Armstrong that's going to be facilitating. And after that, we'll have another break and another panel, this one on biodiversity, which will be in French. And so I will leave it here. Have a good 5-minute bio break, and we will see you with the Fabricating the Commons workshop in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome back to the FAB City Summit, this year streaming live from Montreal and, of course, all around the world because we are a distributed foundation and global network. So my name is Kate Armstrong, and I am a member of the FAB City Management Board and the foundation, and I also work in Fab Lab Barcelona. It's my pleasure today to present a keynote panel, the English keynote panel of today, which is titled Fabricating the Commons. So we're going to have a discussion at the end of 4 really interesting and very various presentations from different experts, artists, designers, and commentators in this field. We hope that this will be a really inspiring time where you can kind of sit back and kind of let your imaginations run wild around the idea of what the commons and what fabricating the commons can mean. So before we go to our speakers for this afternoon, this morning, I would like to read the curatorial statement that was put together to inspire these speakers. So if you don't mind, I'll read now and then I'll invite our speakers to take over. So I will read. The approach of commoning resources and knowledge is not new. It is logical when collaboration happens at a local scale and therefore inherent to many indigenous cultures. But when scaled to a global context, the commons become more complex. While digital technologies can connect us globally, we have repeatedly seen how the internet can also divide us, specifically through the application of extractive models that have been imposed since the early days of globalization. In spite of today's globalized world, not every local context is the same. As such, the tools and systems needed to fabricate just global commons need to be adaptable, open, and flexible. They need to respond to cultural diversity and to local needs while supporting the wider community and our interconnected life support systems. So with that, I invite our first panelist. Our first panelist will be Pia Mancini. She is the co-founder and CEO at Open Collective, as well as chair of democracy at Earth Foundation. Pia is a democracy activist, an open source sustainer, a globetrotter, and Roma's mum. Pia, please join us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm gonna start sharing my screen now. Oops, I'm gonna start presenting. Sorry, I just need to move Zoom out of the way. There you go. So today I'm gonna talk about fabricating our commons and how we need radical administrators for a decentralized future, and what I mean by this. Open Collective is on a mission to make our communities sustainable. Oops, sorry. We are on a mission to make our communities sustainable. We are on a mission to unlock access to financial power for our communities around the world. The reason we want to do this, the reason we have this mission is because we think is, as Kate presented just now, we think it's very unfair that communities are unable to access the level of funding that corporations can access around the world. So we live in a world that is designed for corporations that speak to one another in a scarcity-driven economy. Organizations that can receive funding are organizations that are incorporated in a territory. They are hierarchical. They are, whether they're for-profit or non-for-profit, but they're existing legal entities that have a hierarchy, that have leadership. But our communities are not like that. Our communities are groups of people that have a shared mission, that want to come together and work, collaborate, contribute with one another. But unfortunately, our economic system doesn't understand this. And so it's very difficult for them to have access to economic funding. And we've all been here, right? every community out there goes through the same pain. Should we have a non-for-profit? Should we have an association? Where are we going to incorporate? Who's going to be in charge? Who has access to the bank account? And rinse and repeat. So we all fall through the same, in the same traps. And we end up spending more time talking to lawyers and accountants than doing the things that we love, than working for our mission. And so our solution, or what we are putting together, our 2 cents contribution to these commons that we are fabricating together, is an open finances platform and a network, a global network of fiscal hosts. So Open Collective is a platform that lets groups raise and spend money transparently without needing, am I sharing my screen? Yes, without needing a bank account. And we pair this open platform with a network of fiscal hosts. Because again, as Kate mentioned right now, context is different. The local context is very important. And so we have a 2-type solution, that is this open platform together with a network of existing legal entities that essentially virtualize themselves and enable these communities to raise funds. They become custodials of the funds. So what we are building, it's a legal, technical, and financial commons for communities around the world. We feel that it's very, very silly that we are all going through the same pains and reinventing the wheel over and over. What we need to do is to build a mutualized host of resources that are able to be shared by different groups and different communities around the world. So this is our legal, technical, and financial commons. We believe very strongly that community power and financial power cannot be decoupled. So just to give you a couple of examples, can you confirm you're seeing my presentation? Because I'm not. I'm seeing things happening in the background, but I'm not. Oh, so you're not seeing my presentation. Oh, okay.
Did you want to just re-share your screen, Pia, and then that way we can try to check them. Ah, beautiful. Yes.
Okay. Is that better? No, that's me now, right?
If you slide through them, check if we can slide through.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, let's see. Can you see it now if I move? No? So, sorry about that. Just gonna try again. Maybe I should just. To, as I was saying, our solution is an open finances platform that is paired with a global network of hosts. So essentially the Open Collective Inc. platform is a platform that lets you raise and spend money transparently. It gives communities a minimal organizational structure that they need to operate without becoming something that they're not, without becoming what we call, they're circles in a world that is made for triangles. Right, so Open Collective gives circles this opportunity to operate as a legal entity without becoming one. And the way we do it is by pairing a transparent platform with a network of host organizations, because the local context matters a lot. We want to build, what we are building, a decentralized network of fiscal hosts around the world. So the fiscal hosts essentially become these legal, technical, and financial commons for communities around the world to operate. So they provide not only support in terms of the basic pot where to put the money, so they receive money for their communities. They also handle all the reporting, the taxes, liability, insurance, so communities can focus on what they do best. They can focus on their work. They can focus on their craft. And hosts, they abstract away all the complexities of having to deal with legal systems, financial systems, tax agencies, etc. Right? So we are really kind of unlocking this immense power for communities by providing maximum financial transparency, enabling them to raise money, and also taking care of all the boring bits in a very mutualized kind of way. There is one accountant, one lawyer, one insurance provider for multiple communities around the world. And because we believe that community power and financial power cannot be decoupled. So Open Collective starts by letting communities fundraise, because we think that it's very unfair that unless you are a legal entity incorporated somewhere in the world, you simply cannot have access to economic funding. Because think about it this way: if you are a community and a company wants to give you money, a company cannot send $5,000 on a PayPal account to someone around the world. Like, it's not going to happen, right? So corporations need to speak to a corporation. So what we do is we created a decentralized network of hosts that interface with corporations and interface with governments. So communities don't need to do that, but all economic power goes to communities. So this is one example. For example, the Open Collective Foundation is a house that is dedicated to the solidarity economy. We currently host hundreds of groups around the world. There are mutual aid groups. They are people that come together, they pull money together to support each other, to support their neighbors. And the Open Collective Foundation essentially provides them with charitable status, with 501c3 status, what it's called in the US, and it's dedicated to unlocking economic power for the whole solidarity economy. The Open Source Collective is another fiscal host, for example, that currently hosts close to 3,000 open source projects. So again, you're building open technology. All of these companies are using open source technology. They're using your software. They want to support you, but they can't send money to an unincorporated group of people, right? So the Open Source Collective makes that connection, they interface, and they use the Open Collective platform to make sure that everything is open and transparent. All for Climate is a non-for-profit in Brussels that it supports the Extinction Rebellion groups around the world. This is a very similar kind of setup than the FAB Lab, for example, where you have many different communities distributed around the world and one host that is dedicating to kind of streamlining support for all of these different groups. So these groups can focus on what they love, on their mission, and not focus on accountants and lawyers. And this is essentially how it works. You have many local operating systems, but you have one browser, you have one platform. So for example, Women Who Code raises funds. Those funds go via the Open Collective platform to a non-for-profit. And the non-for-profit is the one that deals with tax reporting in the United States. The same with open source, or for example, with hackers. Each community shares a fiscal host. And this can be per territory or like per ecosystem, like the open source ecosystem. And communities forget about the setup, about like repeating all of those kind of problematic things that make them that makes it very difficult for them to operate. And they just focus on what they do. But because it's one platform, one of the most important things that I want to bring today, and this is the last thing, is that the path forward is for technology to be owned by the community. So Open Collective Inc. right now, which is the platform, it's a for-profit company that I co-founded and I'm the CEO of, but we are on a path to an exit to community model. It's called an E2C model. We are figuring out a path for Open Collective like shares to be transferred over to a perpetual a trust, a purpose trust, and that trust is going to hold shares in the name of the community. So because such an important platform that unlocks funding for all of these communities, we feel that it can't be held in private hands. We want the community to own the technology. So this is a very important piece. So that's it. If you want to reach out to me, I'm Pia at opencollective.com. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Pia. Wonderful introduction for our panel today. With that, I'm going to move to our second speaker. I would like to introduce and invite Chintan Vaishnav to join us. He is a teacher, innovator, and entrepreneur. He's currently on leave from MIT, serving as Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission in India. He is a socio-technologist, an engineer trained to design and build large-scale systems that possess both human as well as technological complexities. So Chintan, I invite you to join us now.
Okay, hi Kate, can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay?
we can hear you.
Very good, I'm going to share my screen right away. Is my screen coming through?
Yes, we can see. If you go, if you'd like to
Right.
present in full screen, that would be great.
Full screen, is that good?
Awesome. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Very good. Well, it's great to be here and great to be connected to this very special community. I used to be a student of How to Make Almost Anything some years ago, perhaps one of the worst ones that Neil may have had. But here I am here today to talk to you about can learning to empathize through technology be a common that we can fabricate. So this is the journey we are on in India via a program called the Atal Tinkering Labs. This is a flagship program under the innovation mission of the government of India. And the story I'm going to tell you today is a story of human resources. The Atal Tinkering Labs, they came about with this idea of creating 1 million children who become innovators through the access to making. And so far, we have put about 8,700 maker spaces in schools all across the country. By the end of this year, we will bring it to 10,000. These places, in each of them, we have established a makerspace and its guidelines, trained teachers, given the modules and content. There's a calendar, annual calendar, along which these places know what to do at what time, all of that, if they need to know about it. There's a dashboard for questions, answers, and also they can learn together. More recently, there has been corporate mentors who have been connected to children. And of course, because this is a government program, there's also the grant management. There is a lot of content, wonderful content that is created through this endeavor so far. And the numbers are something like this. I already told you there are about more than 8,000 labs. Some 6.9 million children have been exposed to this idea. About 1.1 million or so projects have been reported. There are 27 or so national and international competitions that have happened. About 25 corporate, academic, or government agencies have come to adopt 50 to 100 tinkering labs so that they can nurture them. And there are some 5,000 plus corporate mentors that we have connected to children. So this is beginning to look like an ecosystem. Of course, one might say, is it all perfect? Certainly not. But is it having an impact on, is it influencing children? Certainly is. What we're seeing is that if you think of this Tinkering Labs network as an operating system where one can think, make, learn, we're beginning to see two types of people bubble up, right? One set of people are naturally entrepreneurial who want to become innovators and entrepreneurs. They're getting access to more advanced labs and corporate settings very early in their life. There are others who are more selective. They want to learn some or the other skill. And we have many partners who are willing to teach a variety of skills on this operating system. So that's what we're beginning to see. But more excitingly, I want to tell you a few stories about what's happening to people. So think about Yashaswini. She is a 7th grade student in southern part of India, in Andhra Pradesh. Her father is a tinkering lab in charge, but Yashaswini is very passionate about the environment. So when she goes back and forth from school to her home, she notices that there's all this weed that grows on the sides of the road. And from those weed, she had been experimenting to make a pen out of it. And that experiment, when it succeeded, through her father's help, she has learned the tools in the makerspace to cut better, grind, clean, rub, fit, apply glue more precisely, all of that to make much better pens, right? She's gone on now to win a national competition, and she now conducts workshops for kids to make eco-friendly pens. Now, this is, of course, not a story about the pen, right? It's a story about connecting Yashaswini to her passion for the environment. Let me tell you one more story. This is a story of two people, Harshini and Akshaya. Now, in their schools, they were brainstorming problems of the school, and the top runner was that the toilet reeks when people go into it. They don't flush and they don't turn off the light, and therefore more people don't even want to use it. So these two people got together and created a sensor-based system which can turn on the light when somebody is inside and will not unlock the door until you flush. And if you are stuck, then you have to press a button and somebody from the office will come and get you out. So, of course, again, this is not a story of the sensors, right? I mean, this is a story of connecting these two people to the problem of their community. Let me tell you one more story. This is a story of a teacher, Dr. Dhananjay Pandey. Dhananjay is a teacher in Chhattisgarh, which is an eastern state in India, very economically not a state that's doing very well. Now, Dhananjay is very imaginative. So he has put together a series of competitions. These are either about agri-tech or green tech or environmental technologies. And his students have gone on to win national and international competitions. In this picture, you see him standing close to the President of India with his students and so on. Again, this is not a story of these competitions. It's a story of letting students fly on the wings of a great teacher, right? Let me tell you the final story. This is a story of Sandeep. Sandeep is a corporate guy, and we matched him as a mentor to a school, and he was very passionate about it. And he goes to the school and he says, well, I know electronics and stuff. I can help children make this third eye for a visually impaired person. This is a cane that can detect obstacles and give signals so that the person can navigate the obstacles and so on. Again, this idea has been done many, 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 many times. So this is not an idea about the cane. It is an idea about connecting these students to a deep empathy for people in their environment. So this, and we have many of these, and we are able to amplify them across the platform. Now, why is this important? This is important because we are an ancient culture. The picture on the left is that of Aryabhatta, who was the inventor of zero. That values wisdom and knowledge and so on, but foiled up, caught up in a rote learning system as represented by the picture on the right, which is of that of a blackboard. But we are at a watershed moment. In 2020, the government of India released the new national education policy that for the first time gives equal status to mind and hands. And we are in the business of making that happen. That's all I had for you. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you. I love that idea of mind and hand. I think that's very important. We should probably come back to that later when we discuss.
I'm going to stop.
Fantastic. So now I would like to invite our next guest, moving right forward, because we want to take up as much time as possible in the discussion. Our next speaker is Jonathan Legard, who is a British-born novelist and an expert in advanced technology, nature, and risk in emerging markets. He has been a foreign and war correspondent, including for The Economist, and he collaborates with major artists on nature-based projects in topics such as the deep ocean and digital futures. Jonathan, can I see you here somewhere? There you are. Marvelous, you're on mute. If we can't hear you yet, there we go. Now we can hear you and see you.
Great, yeah, well, thank you for that introduction. I think we missed out the middle bit, which is that, you know, on advanced technologies, I'm mostly working in robotics and artificial intelligence, including with Neil. And the two projects that we've been working on are incredibly different. One was inventing and introducing into Africa the idea of delivery drones that deliver medicine and blood in the initial case. So we introduced Zipline, the American startup, into Rwanda. And in the course of that, really with Neil at MIT, we're thinking a lot about digital fabrication. In the interest of time today, I'm not going to make a presentation. I just want to make a few very basic points, which we can return to in the discussion, almost like macroscopic points, but I think really important. So you know, I've been involved in the Fab Labs, I think now for about 10 years. And I would say, I'm talking to you right now from Nairobi, and just traveling around Africa now, I would say the gap between Africa and the rest of the world, technologically speaking, has actually grown significantly wider than it was 10 years ago. And this is a bit of a wake-up call for those of us who want to be in digital fabrication, automation, and who see intelligent computation as a way of closing the gap between less privileged parts of the world. So I think the first thing to think about is some of the assumptions we made around the mobile phone and what was going to happen with the mobile phone. As many of you know, African economies have really adopted mobile money in quite a sophisticated way. There was, including from my group at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, and I know Neil's group in MIT shared a similar idea about 10 years ago that simply having access to a basic smartphone and having access to information platforms would mean that necessarily, because young people are often underemployed or unemployed, it would mean there would be a rush towards online education, and it would mean that for the Fab Lab movement, you would see an organic rollout of digital fabrication simply through the fact of young people being online and getting onto Coursera or other online platforms. And what we've seen and managed to document in the last couple of years is that that really hasn't been a very high pickup rate. And there are a whole lot of complex reasons around that to do with the price point of data and to do with peer groups and so on. And I think in the discussion, we should really focus on what it is that has gone wrong in that piece of the puzzle, because we're often highlighting a small number of success stories without acknowledging the fact that there hasn't been this spread out. So what in my opinion should be the direction that we are looking at? I think that was a wonderful, in the last presentation there, talking about working with hands and mind. And I think that's exactly the space that we have to head towards, is more of an artisanal space. So Fab Labs, maybe less fab and more fab, and really thinking around how we get digital fabrication into the SME sector, where you have small companies who are producing, maybe it's furniture in the Taobab village kind of model, or maybe it's leatherware, and that introducing some digital fabrication elements in there and some computational processes into those otherwise artisanal tasks that you can actually add quite a significant amount of value. And I think we should consider, when we're talking about the commons, the economics element. So I think having common platforms, as Pia brilliantly showed us, that's not going to be the issue. We can provide these groups of communities with common legal structures, with common e-commerce platforms, with ability to expedite their logistics. But then we need to think about how we bridge both local and global sales. And for example, in Africa, many African economies, including Kenya, can export tariff-free into the United States. But it's not possible for small companies run by young entrepreneurs to access that market because they haven't built in the fabrication elements, which will bring down the price point. So I think that, again, is a really important macro element. The final point I would make is, and I think this is getting into the question of convergence, is what in economies and emerging economies where people are time rich and cash poor, we have to think about the Fab Lab movement enabling, supporting, bartering economy. Whether that's based on a stable coin crypto model of tokens passing between people, or whether it is literally bartering for services and skills. So in other words, I can borrow your machine if I give you another service in return, and you can build a website for me if I give you something else. And I think really systematizing those processes and adding that to the whole Fab Lab movement, and maybe getting into conversations with less speculative cryptos who could build a token system on that would be really significant progress. But I prefer just to leave that here and save some of the deeper points for the discussion. But of course, it's an incredible pleasure to be with you all, and thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful provocations there for us to take on later and for everyone to think about. If anyone does have any, again, provocations, questions, or comments that they would like to bring to our discussion that's happening later after our next two speakers, please place them in the chat and we'll get to them as part of the discussion. So moving right along to our next speaker, that is Sonia Nokovic. So she is a professor of economics and academic director of the International Centre for Cooperative Management at St. Mary's University in Halifax, Canada. Today she's joining us from Croatia, I believe.
Indeed. I hope you can see me and hear me.
We can. Now we can.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Good. Excellent. Nice to be here. Let me start by sharing my screen as well. And also let me know if you can see that. Just give me a second here. Can you see it?
Wonderful, yes.
Yeah, we're good. All right. Well, it's really fantastic to be here. I'm very much new to the Fab Labs and Fab Cities, but I work in cooperatives, and co-ops and commons have a lot in common. So as we are going through the speakers, I'm finding that actually there's more in common than I even thought. So I'll try and kind of give you a quick update on what we do in co-op business development. And hopefully we'll have more time to actually have a conversation later. So when I was told that this is about cities as commons, I looked it up, and basically from Sheila Foster, it's about collective action of urban actors, usually addressing inequities, but not necessarily, utilizing land and other infrastructure and resources, and engaging in collaborative stewardship. And so what I'm hearing and what I understood is that we are now really at the point where digital tools are meeting the real economy and provisioning. And we're hearing about economic issues that accompany all of these amazing technological advancements. So this is happening through social processes and peer governance. This is from Bollier, and that's what constitutes the commons. Commons and cooperatives, as I said, share quite a few spaces. First, cooperatives are a different business model that is about use value. It's not about investment and investor value. So it is creating enterprises in order to actually use them either for work or for consumption or for production or all of the above. And capital is instrumental. You have to have it, but it's subordinate. It doesn't give you power if you put more money into it, right? So it doesn't have a voice. Voice comes from the use of the enterprise, and we're talking about usufruct kind of property rights, which is you use and benefit from it, but you cannot dispose of the enterprise on your own. It's a collective decision. Co-ops are place-based. They engage in social exchange more often than not. They are in markets, but again, rules are a little bit different when you cooperate with another co-op. They're about intergenerational transfers of wealth. They use asset blocks in order to make sure that this intergenerational transfer actually happens. They do that through self-imposed rules in democratic processes. And so they are part and parcel of the commons and their fabrication, if you will. The motivation, the drivers for co-ops is to protect the commons, to decommodify. If you think about housing cooperatives, it's precisely to not expose shelter to market fluctuations and speculation, but it's decommodify labor and work. And it's about humanism, dignity, human rights, and protecting the nature more so. It's not like co-ops have been there at the forefront, but absolutely now it's clear that human rights and nature have to go together. And so I'm using cooperatives as a benchmark enterprise model, not to say that they're the only enterprise model that's out there, but that they are a benchmark because they are interconnected globally. They do have well-defined and developed definition and values and principles, and as I said, a global movement. So often you will see cooperatives, informal or formal, quite frankly, take part or take shape in the places of commons. So they're collective, they're democratic, they have use value, as I said, they're place-based. All of the stuff we're talking about when we're talking about urban commons. And they're a part and parcel of the social solidarity economy. So it's exciting to see Montreal join this community because Montreal has a very strong social solidarity economy. And I'm sure that fabricating that city is going to be relatively straightforward coming from these kinds of values. So to me, it's all about governance and management of the commons. What is this collaborative stewardship? And again, we are down to property rights. Who owns this stuff? I'll elaborate that in the next slide a little bit more. But it's, again, property rights that are collective, that control rights come as contributors and users of the enterprise and what it does, and not as investors. And that the purpose of it is to use or to access whatever it is that a community of members need to access. So the foundations for co-ops are their values. And as I said, they share that with the Commons movement. And they're about self-help is the primary aspect, or the very important aspect of cooperatives, because it's not about social entrepreneurship in the sense that a social entrepreneur helps some community that they observe needs help, but that it's actors in the communities who actually engage in self-help through democracy, solidarity, and equality, equity application, right? So it's about common action through contributions, common ownership, benefit, and decision-making and control. And among the foundations are networks. And this, I think, is relevant to what we're talking about today, that cooperatives are entities that work in networks through associations. They have a principle, cooperation among cooperatives, that is about inter-cooperation, but they also form networks with like-minded entities, as I said, and organizations, including municipal governments, which is also an important aspect of the commons, FAB cities. But among the social solidarity economy and cooperatives themselves, they often engage in federated structures. So they have some experience in how that federation works or doesn't work in some instances. And again, they form networks in supply chains, procurement. So now that we've heard the case in Africa, if you had a supply chain of cooperatives, that's your access to northern markets, Western, whatever the case may be. Fair trade chains are similar to that. So cooperative chains are really an interesting way to actually access markets. Solidarity collaboration and multi-stakeholder collaborations are also quite prevalent and more and more interesting in the spaces we're living now with new technological developments. And context is emergent and diverse. So there are no two co-ops that are alike. They share the values, they share the principles, but if you look at their governance, if you look at their functioning, they're quite diverse. And in that sense, I think this model also fits nicely as an economic micro model with what the commons are trying to accomplish. That is the city commons. So my example here is because of the group that is sharing their knowledge is in the data commons, for example. And the question is, well, who owns the data? Who controls its use? How is it controlled? This is where enclosure of the dominant investor-driven models has shown us that it matters who owns the data, what to do with the data that people freely share matters for trust and building the commons. And so multi-stakeholder cooperative model is taking hold. One example, so there are examples of Savvy, My Data, and many others who are multi-stakeholder cooperatives in the healthcare sector. But Scotty ID is one that is including Scottish government, the public health services, and Scottish farmers whose data it is. And so in this multi-stakeholder co-op, the Scottish farmers, in fact, have a say and share their data with agencies that need it, and they're the ones making the decision how that's done and under what conditions. So they're basically asking what are the vulnerabilities of the members that they serve, and then form multi-stakeholder co-ops in order to protect those vulnerabilities. That's how Scotty ID came to be. So we work on, I'm in the Center for Cooperative Management, and we have a master's degree in co-op management online. And we work on governance. And when you start looking at governance, the models of governance are pretty much all marked by investor-driven models of enterprise, and principal agent models, and how the structures work is really not built on people-centeredness. So we're working on humanistic governance, democratic governance, stewardship, stakeholdership kinds of models, network governance, which is really difficult, and polycentricity, so multiple centers overlapping in some cases of decision-making. So these are we need more work in it, and it needs more theorizing, but also practical work and cases. And I think it's relevant for the building of the commons as well. And so quickly learning from the co-op model, as I said, ownership rights that are socialized, that's shared with the commons. The control is a personal right. The control is democratic. that it has nothing to do with investment, that residual income is collectively, it's this collective decision how residual income is divided, and it's use-based typically. So if you're working in a worker cooperative, the division of income is decided collectively, but then it goes by the hours of work that you put into it and not by the investment that you have in the cooperative. It's about resisting privatization and commodification, as I said, through asset lock and other means, and collective ownership through trusts and federations. And I was happy to hear Pia speak first there about forming a trust that is going to actually own and protect the open collective that they have formed. The exchange is, again, in POPs is socialized. It's about reciprocity and proportionality, contribution to, proportional to what people can do and deliver, and socialized pricing and distribution. So all of that fits with models of commons. And the challenges are many. This is where I think different communities and different movements need to talk to each other. There are many isomorphic pressures. We live in a capitalist economy. We live among institutions that are absolutely contrary to, to anything that this kind of cooperation, collaboration, social solidarity economy and the commons are about. There's no legal structure of property rights that is really nicely fitting with what this movement is trying to do. There's incumbent versus new cooperativism. The old ones that have been around for a long time have transformed, but have transformed to fit the capitalist economy, and that's a struggle. And new cooperatives are popping up with new challenges that we're facing, such as the environmental challenge, such as the technological advancements and data and so on. So there are some issues there between the old and the new. And obviously a challenge for the new ones to not turn into something that they don't want to be by the founding members. Economic democracy, we need education and tools. It's about collective entrepreneurship. All our business tools are talking about is individual entrepreneurship. So if there's a hero entrepreneur who will do good or not, but it's always that individual who's driving the agenda. And we really need to understand how collective entrepreneurship works. And so education is the key aspect of this in the business schools that I think needs to accompany the Fab Lab movement. And then dependency on the political will. We've heard that actually it works well when these kinds of developments are understood to be above the politics of the day. So that needs some work to understand how to anchor these developments and these kinds of alternative models that is not going to be dependent on who is in power, municipal government or broader. And then there's this noise of so many disconnected movements among the business models. As I said, there is social enterprise, there's the big corps, there is the, you name it. I mean, we have about 10 new kinds of business models. It's very difficult, the sharing economy and so on, to differentiate who is really in it for what purpose, right? And to understand what spaces work well for the commons development and which ones are really not, but it just, platform capitalism versus platform cooperativism, for example. And then sustainability metrics. We have heard briefly about metrics issue. There's a lot of work done on the metrics, what to measure, how to measure sustainability, how to measure success, that is done in this social solidarity economy arena. And I think different segments, so again, Fab cities need to connect, unless they're already connected, to that kind of discussion about what is sustainability and and how to measure success. So it's not just environmental measures, although those seem to be the driving the agenda, but it's really social measures as well, because sustainability of a city has to look at inequality, income inequality, the pockets of the city that are not interconnected, and all of those things. So what kinds of, talking to each other about the kinds of metrics and what is sustainability, I think is really important. And a lot of work has been done in the social solidarity economy and in UN agencies on context-based accounting. Yeah, so I'm going to stop here and just say thank you, and I'll stop sharing my screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. That's great. Okay, finally, we're moving to our final speaker. Thank you, Sonia, very much. We are moving on to Stephanie Hankey. So Stephanie is a designer, activist, and social entrepreneur exploring the social and political impact of technology on society. She is the executive director of the international NGO Tactical Tech and a Loeb Fellow at Harvard Graduate School of Design. She is the co-curator, and award-winning touring exhibition, The Glass Room, which is currently collaborating with the Fab Lab Network. So, Stephanie.
Hi,
Fantastic.
yeah.
There you are. Hi.
Thanks for the intro. Hi.
Welcome.
I'm just going to try sharing my screen now. Hold on one second. Hopefully that is working. Yes, I think so. I think that's good. So yeah, nice to join in today. I'm going to be talking a little bit from a different perspective, I think, maybe more connected to where Kate started, talking about the extractive nature of technology and some of the political complications with that. I'm going to talk about a project that we've been working on to connect people across the world in a critical and constructive conversation, I think, about technology and its impact, and how we're working with artists, educators, technologists, makers around the world on having that conversation in different places. And that conversation is with citizens around the world. I'll show you some examples in a minute about how the digital commons works right now as co-opted by industry, mostly by a sort of consumerist commercial angle. So it's kind of looking at the critique of that, and to talk about what we want from it and how to navigate that in the future. So that's the focus of the work I'm going to talk about. So yeah, talking with people about what I think of as real world technologies, meaning what happens in the real world when they get deployed, not the ideal world. Of course, many of the projects we saw just now are really operating in the ideal world and they're really important projects, but this is looking a bit what happens on maybe the more commercial platform side. And so in having that conversation, we wanted to find a way to create immersive environments that people can come in and engage with these topics. In this case, we created something called the Glass Room, which Kate mentioned at the beginning there, which is an exhibition space that people come into. It looks a bit like an Apple store, one might think, from the street. We take over commercial spaces on high streets in the middle of cities. And people think, oh, this is a new tech store that's opened. And then they come in and they figure out that nothing in there is for sale and everything is a kind of invitation to discuss and engage. They are busy spaces, noisy spaces. People can come in and engage with the pieces. They're places for debate, for learning. We tend to open them as pop-up shops for about 3 weeks at a time. And we invite people to reflect on their conversation, on their relationships with technology. This is an example of a piece in there where people can look for their passwords based on passwords that were leaked online. We can deconstruct how technology really works. This is a way that, for example, people can look at how facial recognition technology works, but it's a critical perspective, looking at where the images come from. We help people think about the value of data and the value of that in the hands of these large corporations. This is a 3D infographic of all the companies that Google have owned and bought over the last 10-15 years. And we also question norms around technology. This is a playful piece. These are all different pieces from artists where people can buy their Instagram followers through just a coin slot. So this idea that all these values we have around data and the way we think about technology, trying to turn them upside down and get people to question them. And doing so in a constructive way, like I said, here we are also trying to enable choice. This is something called the Data Detox Kit that we produce and translate, and also trying to help people share knowledge. So in those spaces, there are people that we train who are local, who talk to people, engage with them about these questions, help them ask difficult questions about things like, how does my mobile phone really work, or where does my data go, and so on. And I just whizzed through that to tell you that's the project overall, but what I wanted to focus on a bit more, those are some of the big exhibitions we do in pop-up shops in cities around the world, where we had about 60,000 people come through the exhibition. And I wanted to focus a bit more on how people reacted and how that scaled. So interestingly enough, people are really curious about the relationship with technology. They want to have a critical conversation about the tools that they rely on every day. This is a cue to get into the exhibition in London. People, we did a lot of feedback engagement with people. People are really responsive on these topics, despite how there's a general wisdom that a lot of people don't care, that they're not interested, and that's not what we found at all. And also a demand. So, and here's a something from Twitter with a well-known figure saying, we want to see a glass room in every city where there's an Apple store. So we should be having that level of critique about technology in a constructive way. And so that's what we did. We took the exhibition, we made it into something that many people can do, not just these really big, expensive shops. Since then, we've had it in over 47 countries around the world. We have made it something that can travel, that can be a discussion with all kinds of people in all kinds of places, and made it into a Creative Commons and open source exhibition that you can take, translate, adapt, add your own things, add your own events, add your own workshops, even add your own artworks if locally, for example. And that's what's enabled, you just saw that, I think 232, but I think it's more like 250 now, exhibitions to take place around the world. And that's been a really interesting process, putting people in a context where they can engage locally in these questions and have their own conversations about these issues. And we see ourselves as kind of facilitators of that. And we've also done the hard work of testing all these modes of engagement, all the, all the information and methods that go in there. But, super important for us, for example, the DCHOTS kit now exists in over 30 languages and now enabling people to have this conversation in their own way. We mostly have done these exhibitions through existing infrastructure. So we work a lot with existing festivals, cultural centers, community centers. We work across generations. We work with libraries extensively all over the world and with schools and library networks. So it's really important for us to reach different kinds of people in different contexts. We've had exhibitions in train stations, trying to get the conversation out into urban spaces rather than just finding that we're having the same conversation with kind of culture goers or people who always follow technology issues. We're really interested in having this conversation with a really broad range of people. And then also, I was mentioning the localization aspect. Even in the context of the pandemic, we've been able to carry on with these exhibitions. Here's one at the Microwave Festival in Hong Kong and how they adapted it and showed it there within that festival. Also focusing on different themes. The theme we're focusing on right now is misinformation, opinion influence forming online, and how that impacts the way we all think about different issues around the world. Here's an adaptation of it, for example, the Helsinki Central Library this year. And also, sorry, I think you can't see the text on the screen, but adapting to the pandemic, here's a version of the exhibition we did in Ukraine where they did a street-based exhibition outside when people can't go inside. So this conversation has been going on now for 4 years, and even in the context of the pandemic, where we feel that not just going online, but keeping some physical presence, keeping people gathering together, discussing, learning, sharing information is super important. So we've been able to do that as well. So I know we don't have a huge amount of time, so I'm just going to leave it with some comments about what we're doing now and next, in case people are interested in talking about what we're doing or collaborating with us or hosting a Glassroom. As Kate mentioned, we have a collaboration with Fab Labs, so we're hoping that some Fab Labs might be interested as well. And one of the things we're working on over the next year or two is increasing the co-development of the content in there. So working with makers and designers and technologists on co-developing content for the exhibition, and that is more localized. We also have a large project we're just beginning now and will be scaling up over the next year or two, which is more focused on youth. It's called What the Future Wants, which is engaging more young people in the question about the digital environment that they inhabit and will inherit. So, we're finding that there's not enough young people who have the space to critically engage with technology. It's usually on a positive sales pitch, if you like, that they get it from commercial companies, but they're not really getting enough space to make their own decisions and their own choices about how they want to interact with technology and how it might actually impact the way they're going to live in future, or let's say connects to issues they care about, like environment or identity, all these kinds of issues. And the last thing is we're looking more and more as well at content around this kind of broader question of data commons, which is looking at who, these questions of who owns the data, the questions that Sonia was just bringing, who owns the data, who gets to control it, and so on. And of course, that's a common theme of the exhibition, but in the next year or two, we're going to be looking specifically at issues like environment, public health, and so on. So in an applied way, rather than just looking at the tech sector overall. So yeah, that's a quick whiz through the project, and hopefully I'm just going to stop sharing now.
Awesome.
And that brings us to thanks, Kate.
Yeah, I think that does bring us to the discussion. I think just quickly to give a shout out on that, specifically because I think we have many of our Fab Lab community members in watching this via YouTube. That is a great opportunity to bring a classroom infrastructure and creation to your Fab Lab. This is the idea of that collaboration. So I think if anybody is interested to do this, I think it's a wonderful opportunity to join our networks and have our networks talk about these ideas, which we work on so concretely every day. This idea of data and data capture and development. So it's a wonderful opportunity. Okay, so I think we have all of our panelists still in the house, the Zoom room. If everybody wants to turn their video on, and we'll move to a bit of a discussion. We do have some questions coming from the YouTube chat, which is great. So I guess we can start there. And I just encourage anyone to jump in. Let's try and discuss these from the very various perspectives we had. I think you mentioned, Stephanie, this idea of diverse stakeholders, and that's kind of what we have here. So I think it's going to make a very interesting discussion around some of these topics. So first of all, I wanted to bring a question from Karen van der Molen, who is watching on YouTube, who wants to talk about the power of the commons to be a tool to organize and to create empowerment and build new sustainable economy with people. Yet Karen kind of brings this provocation that the commons and the critiques of the commons coming from classical economics argue that commons models are not a viable or scalable means. Meanwhile, current government policies, metrics, KPIs sustain the old economy. What ways are there and what options are there for us to pivot this approach? Where do we start? I don't know if anybody wants to jump on that. Otherwise, I can also direct it to one of you. I don't know if Pia, you have any discussion, anything to say on this, only because I think you're really working in this idea of how do we hack the old economic models in order to make this work for a common system.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, like, where you start by trying to build around what exists, right? I think that one of the ways Open Collective and probably all the projects that I'm involved in, the kind of philosophical approach that we take is not how we fight the existing reality, how we battle with what we have, is how we build around it, right? What alternatives can we bring about into the world that will help usher in a new model? And so in particular, in the kind of the financial aspect or access to funding aspect of financing the commons, which is my main concern. At least it's not how we organize. I think the internet has been great at providing tools for us to organize and collaborate and contribute at like mass scale, but it hasn't brought about the tools for us to fund the work that we do, right? And so many community members face this almost binary choice, right? Do we go and work for a corporation because our community can pay a salary, or do we do unpaid work, volunteer work for our community? And I think that that is a really unfair situation that communities are forced into because we have an economic system that only understands corporations, right? They don't understand the community that has economic power. And so our solution, or how we approach a solution to this problem, has to do with how do we build an interface that helps communities fundraise without becoming something that they're not, right? And in order to do that, we sustain ourselves on a network of existing hosts. So it's almost like a hack, right? We grab what's out there. It's a network of existing legal entities that understand the way the world works in terms of like, financial aspect or compliance or things like that. But we just kind of virtualize them, right? We use them as houses, as to host our communities. So I think it's about, understanding the system, how it works today with the constraints that it has, but instead of trying to fight that system, is building paths, alternatives, and bridges around that system.
Great. Jonathan, I would like to bring you in here just for this idea of prefigurative alternatives, because I think that this is really what you're also looking at and working with on the ground in Africa, and what you've done a lot through your work. And I would like if you have any comment around this. And then maybe Chintan, I think you also have this kind of idea of creating prefigurative alternatives, which is what Pierre is really talking about.
Yeah, I don't think we can have this discussion without looking at what's happening in the cryptoverse, and whether it's with new digital currencies, central bank digital currencies which are emerging, or stable coin options, preferably not Facebook's stable coin. Or whether it's like token based, so it's digital, but you're just getting tokens. I think one thing we'd have to get on board in order to scale, Pierre's model in a robust economic way, is to think what is the relationship to the tax man? How does, if I barter my services, is that something, especially in an emerging economy context, is that something that the tax man, the Indian Revenue Authority or the Kenya Revenue Authority, are they going to go after that? Or could we, so what I would love to see is some sort of campaign where you could say, like, every young person gets $1,000 of credit barter a year, something like this. I think that would be something that you could push for in the next 3 or 4 years, and that would generate an enormous amount of exchange within these communities, because people, most African countries, people are operating, young people under 30 are operating on $600 to $1,800 a year income maximum, so there's simply not going to be the cash in the system, even on a cooperative basis. So getting that bartering there. But I think the good news is that the gig economy, for all of the terrible elements of it, has at least, pioneered this idea of distributed complex tasks that can be trust verified within a community. And if you can expand that in a more cooperative and less capitalistic way, and then I think you might be onto something quite significant. And it would be really interesting for the Fab Lab movement to talk to Ethereum Foundation or one of the other big blockchain foundations and say, hey, look, we've got this core community. We'd really like to build a token on top of it, a next generation system, but yeah, so I think that, but there is an element of urgency because Facebook is coming very hard and the Chinese digital currency is coming very hard. And both of those would mean that you would end up with a hyper-capitalistic, hyper gig economy approach, which is probably not conducive to more cooperative models.
Well, it's fascinating. Very, very interesting to hear. So I actually think that one has to think about, for the question that, commons don't work type of, I think we have to think about the entire spectrum, the economic, if you look at the entire sort of economic spectrum or the capability spectrum of people, then within a certain part of the spectrum, commons work very well, actually. They really get a lot more done, right? In fact, I would offer one observation that over the last 6-7 years, I must have seen about 200 or so ideas that were targeted at individuals in rural economies. And almost always when they were ready to be translated, they had to go to some kind of a cooperative, because an individual didn't have the capability to absorb this idea. And where those cooperatives work, they really actually work much better than a top-down government-led, ideas. Particularly, think about water, for instance. It's the water infrastructure is stable only where the community organizations are stable. And it's really the community organizations that ask for it and all of that. Also, another thing we have to sort of think about is the gender, because they work very differently with, the women and men and so on. And I think, one has to think about the external validity of that argument, is what I feel. In certain pockets, communities seem to be the answer. For our 8,000 labs that I mentioned earlier about, we're trying to see that a lot of the learning and compliance with, audits and all of that, because this is a government funded thing, can come through community, because if individuals may not be that, feel that responsible, but as community, they feel the pride and responsibility. So those are some thoughts.
Great. I think that's a really probably resonates a lot with a lot of people who are watching, because they do come from many different organizations, and many of them are coming from these bottom-up community organizations who are actually the ones who start Fab City, usually movements inside the cities that join our network. They're people who, like you're saying, want something and want to be able to organize under some kind of organization or umbrella. So I think that's very useful to everyone who's watching. Sonia, I have a question for you, which has come from Lucas Limnos. And he says, you seem to be referring to local co-ops using classical or material commons. Are you not observing the use of digital commons to interconnect to the different local co-ops?
Yeah, there is, a lot is going on. And there's a whole movement of platform cooperatives, but also the interconnection between the different cooperative types, in this multi-stakeholder kind of setup. But it's, again, to me, digital and real are not disconnected. And, from what I'm seeing and understanding, you have an impact on the real economy one way or another. And so, it's, digital tools that have real impact on people's lives. And there are many co-ops who are using, like, cryptocurrency. There's Moeda cooperative from Brazil that's using cryptocurrency to connect investors, global investors, into Africa specifically. So that's one that comes to mind. As I said, platform co-ops that are actually turning gig economy into empowerment of the gig workers, and so on. So it's really having real impact. But yes, there are connected co-ops. One that comes to mind here in Croatia is a cooperative for ethical finance that has members who are SMEs, co-ops, individuals, and so on, who do different things. And for example, build, some members engage in projects, and they co-finance each other's projects, right? And so the co-op is serving as a clearinghouse for ethical finance, making sure that they have indicators, KPIs that are about creating well-being rather than financial return. They use economy for the common good matrix to do that. And so their members are actually co-financing low-income housing project that is having member solar panels that's feeding into the grid, and that has spaces in the building for actually small businesses, and Fab Labs maybe tomorrow. So all of these interconnected things are happening in the real world, but obviously using digital economy, digital tools. So lots going on that I don't even pretend to know about, but it's really a fascinating and interesting space to explore. But I agree with Pia, you need to know what it is you want to do, and then just go for it and find ways. And that's how communities work around the rules, because you know what you want to accomplish. And when you start with, well, I want to make money, then it's a whole different ballgame.
Great. Yeah, I think something you're saying there about this idea that, you know, these things are existing and they're out there, and there is this network. My question to follow that, and I think Stephanie, this can really drive into the work that you're doing, is how do we empower the individual that is part of a community to know, access, understand, and kind of really have agency to participate in these, let's call them new ways of thinking and working. I will start with you, Stephanie, because I think that you may have a really nice perspective on this, but then anyone else, please jump in.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, because I think people feel very motivated initially, and then they start to get overwhelmed because there's so little choice. And that's why I think, so for example, let's say I'm somebody who doesn't feel comfortable, let's say, with the amount of data that Facebook has on me or something like this. There's not much I can do about that if I want to participate. And I think this creates these really tricky dilemmas at this point in time. And I think I've been working in this sector for 20 years, and it used to be that there were a lot of alternatives. And I think a lot of faith in alternative models has fallen away, unfortunately. But I'm kind of hopeful, on the other hand, for a couple of reasons. One is that from that big picture perspective, there's a lot happening in terms of not only antitrust and different things happening in the policy world, but also a general move away from a lot of these centralized companies. And therefore, I'm hoping some new alternatives emerging that actually are viable for people. It depends on which sector you're talking about, of course. But we might get a resurgence of that, I think, in the next few years. At the same time, I think helping people make choices can be also very focused on helping them just understand the issues better. And the way we do that very often is helping, and this is the way I like to think about it, is that everybody has a reason to care about these issues. They just need to find their personal way of connecting with them. So what is it that matters to them? And that's different for everyone. And I think that's why, well, we like our approach to education and engagement, because it's very varied. But some of these things are about technique as well. The methods we use, for example, we use humor, we're playful, we use creativity, all these things talk about sometimes quite serious issues. And I don't want to, I don't want to overplay that. But on the other hand, I think that these kinds of techniques are important to help people feel they can manage it, that they're not just overwhelmed. And then, concrete steps. So we're always bringing together critique and reflection with like what you can do, running workshops, being practical as well. And I think the practical side is super important, because you can read about these things in the newspaper, but then you just feel completely disconnected from it. So for us, that's a really important part of it, is feeling like you can get up and do something. And that's why we're also really excited about the idea of working with Fab Lab Network, because it's a community of people who like to do things, make things happen, find solutions and so on. And I think this is a nice way to think about bringing it together.
Yeah, I think that idea of doing things, and I think also the idea of storytelling that you bring through the classroom, and Chintan, you talked about the stories of people. You kept saying it's another story to demonstrate what my purpose. And I think that is something that's really interesting, this idea of, belief and creating these imaginaries in which people can participate. I think this is very powerful. And I know, Jonathan, you have a lot of background in this as well, in this kind of creation of narrative and stories. I don't know if you want to comment on that really quickly with your work through the arts and creativity. I think it really connects well with Stephanie's kind of work.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're living in the next 5-10 years through this, absolutely critical juncture. We saw it today, how Afghanistan has imploded, Syria already imploded, Turkey is very fragile, Ethiopia is really, I'm putting my old sort of foreign war correspondent hat on, but you can see that the world is really splintering alarmingly quickly into rich world, poor world, and there's barriers. But at the same time, there are these other layers, of distributed computing, whether that's through fabrication or whether that's on the crypto side or even on the metaverse side, where for example, I spend a lot of time talking with gaming companies, Niantic, and if you talk to someone like John Hanker at Niantic, their vision for the future is really extraordinary, and it's possible to build these kind of cooperative models inside, on top of gaming architecture. But then the trick is, how do you then manifest the meaningful elements in the real world, you know? And then, of course, how do you think about the price points? You know, I think a lot about economics. And the fact is that a lot of young people in poorer countries, they just don't have enough money to play in the sandbox, you know. I mean, India, Chintan, you're much more advanced there in terms of the government is more progressive, at least in technology terms, and you know, Indian institutes of science and technology are so impressive. But you know, here in Africa, we have, it's really a struggle for young people just to even get online, you know, and then sort of physical materials. So everything's in balance, I think is what I'm trying to say, you know, and it's, we need the energy of the cooperatives and rethinking the commons, but we need to do it in a very robust way, which is like affordable, you know, where costs are shared, and also where young people can earn some value back, which can just pay their rent and put food on the table and pay their school fees and so on.
Lots of nodding. I don't know if anybody else has something to add to that, because I think that that really summarizes what we have all kind of been discussing today, which is this idea that the commons is common, and that's a global space that we're talking about. You know, we have moved from this idea of localities being able to self-sustain, and we're now in this space in which, you know, I'm in Barcelona, we have people in Africa, India, we have, you know, this really diverse range of people just in this Zoom room. So, you know, this idea of how we can fabricate commons that are indeed common and are indeed shared and prosperous for all. This is, I think this is the major challenge. And I think this is our major provocation coming out of this discussion today. So thank you very, very much for joining us all from all the corners of the world almost. And yeah, I hope that we can continue the conversation through projects like the Glassroom or those others that are ongoing through the Fab Lab and Fab City networks. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Okay, as everybody leaves our session today, we're going back to Montreal, our host over on the other side of the world in Canada.
Bonjour, re-bienvenue à Montréal. Welcome back to Montreal. Thank you, Kate. Thank you to your panelists for a really inspiring conversation. Great wrap up. We're a little late. We have a 10-minute break. Right now here in Montreal, we're getting ready with our panelists for the next panel, which is on biodiversity in cities. So we're going to give you all a 10-minute break. Please come back, no more than 10 minutes, and we'll be ready for the next panel. Thank you very much. À tout à l'heure. Bonjour et re-bienvenue à Montréal. Mon nom est Martin Van Den Bar et j'ai l'honneur d'animer ce panel sur la Fab City et la biodiversité. Nous avons comme panélistes aujourd'hui 4 personnes de grande qualité. Monsieur Olivier Hillel, premièrement, que je voudrais présenter, qui est officier de programme au secrétariat de la Convention sur la diversité biologique qui est basé ici à Montréal, où il est responsable de l'action internationale et locale et de l'intégration de la biodiversité dans les secteurs économiques et le développement. Nous avons aussi avec nous Madame Marie-Ève Roy, qui est doctorante sur mesure en écologie. Elle s'intéresse à l'écologie et la conservation de la biodiversité depuis très longtemps. Elle détient une maîtrise en biologie, en écotoxicologie de l'UQAM, un baccalauréat en biologie de la faune et de la flore et une mineure en biotechnologie de l'Université McGill. Et elle étudie à l'Institut des sciences de la forêt tempérée à l'Université du Québec en Outaouais, basé à Ripon. Nous avons également avec nous M. Steve Hamel, qui travaille au World Wildlife Fund du Canada. M. Hamel a entamé sa carrière dans le domaine de l'écologie en 1990 en travaillant sur le terrain comme technicien de la faune. Depuis, Steve a participé à de nombreuses études sur les oiseaux, les chauves-souris et les poissons. Au Fonds mondial pour la nature Canada, Steve est spécialisé dans la restauration de la biodiversité. Il développe et met en œuvre des projets de restauration des habitats pour la biodiversité. Et finalement, nous avons à mes côtés Mme Raquel Peñalosa, architecte du paysage, présidente de l'IFLA Americas de 2014 à 2018, présidente de Communautique. Mme Peñalosa est architecte du paysage depuis plus de 30 ans. Elle travaille à la rencontre de l'architecture du paysage, du design urbain participatif, de la citoyenneté active, de l'innovation sociale. C'est une pratique qui s'inspire des approches collaboratives en innovation sociale afin d'intégrer, définir la place du citoyen au cœur des projets pour une ville plus vivante et ajustée aux aspirations et aux besoins de tous. Alors, ça peut paraître un peu étonnant de parler de biodiversité à l'ouverture d'un sommet sur la Fab City, qu'on a tendance à associer au monde digital. Alors, ma première question va s'adresser à vous, Mme Peñalosa. C'est de savoir, on va discuter d'une grande diversité de sujets ici durant le sommet Fab City, mais pourquoi c'est important de parler de biodiversité à l'ouverture de ce sommet-ci à Montréal?
Oui, bonjour. C'est vrai que c'est un sujet qui n'était pas associé à cette question-là de la Fab City, mais il y a plusieurs raisons. Puis je pense que nous, on a choisi à Montréal de parler de biodiversité, comme on a choisi aussi d'intégrer la perspective, la cosmovision des communautés autochtones. Et je pense qu'on fait tous face à la grande question qui est celle des changements climatiques. Et on ne peut plus continuer à fonctionner, à agir de la même manière. Alors, autant dans le chêne de ce qu'est la Fab City, il nous amène une nouvelle culture, une nouvelle narrative, et fondamentalement, cette narrative de la circularité. Donc, de revoir nos modes de production et de consommation. Et à l'intérieur de ça, cette manière d'agir nous amène à avoir une action locale, donc de revoir quels sont nos besoins locaux et de répondre à ces besoins-là. Donc, c'est plus cette notion-là de ne pas avoir des besoins à l'infini et illimités, mais de revoir quels sont les moyens que nous avons. Et à l'intérieur de ça, nous nous sommes dit, et puis toutes ces questions-là sont spéculatives. Hein. Pour nous, nous amorçons, nous avons déjà, ça fait 2 ans qu'on parle de la Fab City, mais nous amorçons avec beaucoup plus de profondeur. Ce matin, la mairesse a fait le pledge pour devenir une Fab City, et je pense qu'à l'intérieur aussi de ce qu'elle a nommé, on parle de la transition écologique. Alors, quand on parle de biodiversité, c'est évident qu'il y a aussi, on est en train de revoir comment quelle est notre relation avec la nature. C'est comment on a eu cette relation de dominance de l'humain au service, la nature au service de l'humain, alors qu'on voit où est-ce qu'on est rendu. Donc, les changements climatiques nous amènent aussi à revoir cette relation avec les systèmes naturels et intégrer, je pense que nos panélistes qui sont des experts dans tout ça, on aura une conversation de beaucoup de complémentarité, à revoir et à s'inscrire plus dans une vision écologiste. Et cette vision-là de systémique, elle est circulaire aussi. Donc, elle nous dit aussi que la nature n'est pas une ressource seulement, mais qu'elle est aussi, elle est vivante, elle est limitée, mais on doit porter un regard régénératif. Et je pense que dans c'est spéculatif, hein, on peut retrouver dans le mode que la FAB City propose de revoir la production, aussi d'inscrire la biodiversité. Et c'est un autre point que j'aimerais amener, c'est aussi quand on se remet à regarder localement et on se remet à voir où est-ce que nous sommes rendus et de voir que oui, il y a un déséquilibre dans nos relations avec nos systèmes naturels et comment nos villes sont devenues très artificielles. Donc, ils ont perdu ce caractère vivant d'être une ville nature, et donc de ramener dans le système des villes un système, pas seulement des objets nature comme des arbres, mais de ramener des écosystèmes vivants. Alors, je pense que dans cette approche-là de se retrouver dans un processus d'adaptation, on le sait, on ne peut plus aller ailleurs, mais on définit quel est ce qui est requis pour que nous nous adaptions. La biodiversité apparaît comme un enjeu que nous devons inscrire dans notre vision de FAB City.
Un enjeu incontournable qui est fortement lié à la question de l'adaptation et de la lutte au changement climatique. J'entends quand vous dites de ne pas considérer la nature seulement comme une ressource, mais dans les discussions ce matin, dans les interventions de Thomas aussi, j'entends aussi que la nature n'est pas un obstacle au développement non plus. Dans la vision de FAB City.
Non, exactement, absolument pas. Et je pense que l'obstacle, c'est notre manière de voir et c'est la rupture que nous devons faire, c'est avec la construction mentale et sociale que nous avons fait de ce que nous sommes comme société, de s'imposer. Je ne suis pas religieuse, mais c'est intéressant de voir l'encyclique du pape qui remet sur la table que l'humain est partie intégrante de la nature. Et c'est de là qu'on retrouve aussi, et qui est intéressant pour nous, de voir que dans la cosmovision de nos communautés autochtones qui sont, on est choyés de les avoir autant au Canada, mais à travers tout le continent des Amériques, ils ne sont pas séparés de la nature. Donc, si la nature meurt, on meurt. Et c'est cette interdépendance-là que nous devons retrouver. Et je pense qu'il y a un chiffre de culture, que nous ne devons pas être dominateurs, mais se mettre dans un esprit, je vais utiliser le mot humilité, mais je pense qu'il y a quelque chose de ça parce que dans cette notion de circularité, de régénération, l'humain doit s'inscrire dans ces processus-là.
Merci pour cette introduction, Raquel. Avant de poursuivre, parce qu'on n'a pas l'habitude de parler de biodiversité et de ville ensemble, je voudrais qu'on se donne des bases communes, puis on s'est entouré d'experts. On a 3 biologistes avec nous aujourd'hui, en plus de Raquel. Je voudrais demander à Steve, avant d'approfondir le sujet, je voudrais qu'on se donne des références communes. Donc, je vais te demander de nous parler, de définir le concept de biodiversité et le concept d'écologie urbaine pour nous.
Justement, moi, j'allais dire, d'abord, merci pour l'introduction. Je crois que ça résumait bien la situation de la biodiversité en milieu urbain, puis de ce qu'on peut faire. La définition, écoutez, on pourrait en discuter pendant des jours et des jours, même entre biologistes. On a des visions différentes de la biodiversité. Mais ici, à WWF, on s'entend pour dire que premièrement, c'est pas seulement le nombre d'espèces différentes qui est important dans un système, mais plutôt les relations écologiques entre les espèces et entre elles, entre chacune des espèces et leur environnement proximal. Donc, c'est ce qu'il faut protéger aussi. On n'a pas la vision seulement de protéger les espèces rares qui sont en train de disparaître, mais bien les relations écosystémiques. Donc, on peut en parler longtemps. Il y a plusieurs définitions qui existent, qui ont été établies. On peut parler de biodiversité génétique, on peut parler d'un paquet, mais je crois que les projets de restauration sur lesquels on travaille, c'est des projets qui nous obligent à prendre la définition un peu de préserver le maximum de relations entre les espèces et leur milieu, là, dans les milieux naturels qu'on essaie de recréer ou de créer tout simplement. Au niveau de l'écologie urbaine, Moi, je crois qu'on n'a pas de définition officielle de ce que c'est l'écologie urbaine, mais les travaux qu'on fait en milieu urbain, ce sont des travaux de, finalement, on fait ce qu'on peut avec ce qu'on a. Donc, on parle d'accès au territoire, on parle des communautés qui veulent s'investir. On a chacune notre vision culturelle de l'écologie. Des communautés, je peux parler certaines municipalités avec lesquelles on travaille dans la région de Montréal. Il y a des fortes communautés de différentes ethnies qui ont une vision différente et très intéressante de l'écologie. Notre rôle à nous, c'est de réussir à restaurer des milieux naturels ou semi-naturels. En tout cas, ce sont de nouveaux écosystèmes qu'on crée. On n'a pas la prétention de créer les écosystèmes qu'il y avait ici au Canada il y a 150 ans, mais bien de nouveaux écosystèmes avec les nouvelles variables qui existent dans l'environnement. Donc, c'est un peu ce que je peux définir là, comme travailler en écologie urbaine, c'est faire ce qu'on peut avec ce qu'il y a.
Merci, Steve. Tu as introduit la notion culturelle, c'est-à-dire la perception différente qu'on peut avoir selon notre culture. Je n'avais pas du tout pensé à ça comme étant un facteur qui peut affecter le travail de rewilding ou de régénération de biodiversité en ville. Dans vos travaux, Steve, qu'est-ce qui vous a le plus marqué là, dans vos travaux sur l'étude de la biodiversité à Montréal?
Nous, on ne fait pas d'études sur la biodiversité à Montréal. Présentement, ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on met en place des travaux de restauration. On va voir les résultats de ces efforts-là dans quelques années. Pour voir les résultats de la biodiversité en milieu urbain, on est en train de mettre en place, avec plusieurs collaborateurs, des indicateurs qui vont nous permettre de bien montrer. C'est tout un défi. C'est un défi scientifique, c'est un défi technique, puis on est encore à la base de cette production-là d'indicateurs qui vont permettre de montrer que dans la grande région de Montréal, nos efforts, les efforts de tous les ONG dans la région de Montréal portent fruit. Donc, pour l'instant, on n'a pas de résultats. Je vais en parler tout à l'heure, je vais parler d'un rapport qu'on a qui donne des résultats au niveau national sur la biodiversité, mais de façon plus locale, dans une ville comme Montréal, on n'a pas les données encore, mais on travaille à mettre en place un système d'acquisition de données qu'on va pouvoir faire parler peut-être dans 5 ans, 6 ans, 7 ans.
OK. Ça va être intéressant parce que dans la présentation, dans une des présentations précédentes, on parlait de comment, dans la construction de la Fab City, on doit se donner des indicateurs d'avancement. Ça serait certainement des indicateurs qui pourraient...
Comme un objectif de notre travail de Fab City.
Un objectif, et vous pourrez nous fournir des indicateurs pour mesurer l'avancement de l'impact de la Fab City sur la biodiversité. Je voudrais qu'on aille à Marie-Ève. Je voudrais qu'on parle un peu d'économie parce qu'on disait tantôt, la nature, ce n'est pas seulement une ressource, ce n'est pas non plus un obstacle. C'est quelque chose qui génère des services aussi. Puis en économie, on parle de plus en plus de la notion de service écologique. Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler de ce que la recherche nous dit, des services écologiques, de ce concept-là, puis aussi de ce que la recherche, tes travaux, Marie-Ève, nous disent sur l'état de la biodiversité à Montréal? Tes travaux et les travaux que tu connais.
Oui, je vais partager mon écran pour ça. Donc,
She's going to share her screen.
Donc, premièrement, je voulais renchérir sur, Steve a parlé un peu de son expérience à Montréal. Moi, mon expérience à Montréal, qui était très terrain, m'a permis de voir énormément d'espèces menacées ou vulnérables dans un endroit où je ne m'attendais pas à en trouver autant. OK, donc, la seule rivière qui reste à Montréal, là, on se promène, il y avait une trentaine de tortues géographiques ici sur la photo, des érables noirs, il y a des plantes médicinales qu'on croyait disparues de l'île, des noix qui goûtent la pacane à l'érable. OK, ça, c'est ce que moi j'appelle aussi, et je vais en reparler, mais c'est aussi de la biodiversité qui est les espèces rares qui sont indigènes à notre écosystème. Là, il y a une salamandre géante. Et qu'est-ce qui m'a vraiment choquée à Montréal, c'est qu'à chaque fois qu'on fait une construction, il y a cette destruction. On trouve des espèces rares proches. OK, donc, c'est des articles de journaux qui vont dire, mais est-ce que les couleuvres sont vraiment rares, les couleuvres brunes, puisqu'à chaque fois qu'on construit, il y en a une, elles ne sont peut-être pas rares. Mais ce qui est rare, en fait, c'est les milieux naturels qui restent. Okay? Donc, c'est important de pas continuer à avoir cette vision que la biodiversité et la destruction de l'environnement sont comme toujours en opposition. Et les villes, ils ont un rôle vraiment important dans la biodiversité. Ici, c'est un tableau qui montre, par exemple, la région tempérée, là où il y a les zones urbaines au Québec, versus les zones plus boréales ou arctiques. La biodiversité, c'est dans les zones où il y a aussi des gens. C'est là où il y a la plus forte, 60% de la biodiversité du Québec. Donc, les villes et les zones périurbaines ont un rôle de protection de la biodiversité générale. Sauf que le portrait de la protection, il est inversé. OK? Donc, il y a moins de 10% de la protection qui est faite des espèces en zone plus urbaine, tandis qu'on va avoir tendance à protéger le nord, là où il n'y a pas grand monde. OK? Donc, ça cause un certain problème. Et à chaque concept, la conservation, c'est une lutte en permanence avec le développement. Et là, ici, c'est la première aire protégée qui a eu lieu au Québec. C'est en 1876. La première lutte pour une aire protégée, c'est le Mont-Royal. Donc, s'il n'y avait aucun organisme qui se sont battus année après année, on aurait presque plus d'espace vert à Montréal. Il met en perspective cette confrontation qu'on parle de développement et conservation, OK? Donc, la biodiversité et les risques versus la protection. Comment on fait pour s'en sortir? Bien, c'est ce que tu m'as demandé, Martin, c'est avec les services écologiques ou écosystémiques. Ça l'aide beaucoup à rallier les gens parce que ça nous montre, comme vous disiez, que il y a beaucoup de services qui sont rendus par l'écosystème. Moi, je vois ça, les services écologiques, comme la base du développement durable. OK? Donc, le concept de développement durable peut être remodelé un peu. Donc, les services écologiques, c'est les cycles de l'eau, les sols, la biodiversité. OK? Il y en a plusieurs. Et ça peut être vu comme le soutien, la base à la vie. Donc, l'approvisionnement, la régulation, le climat. Ça permet aux sociétés de s'intégrer, de vivre, d'être en bonne santé. Mais si on n'a pas ce grand cycle-là, ça va être très difficile d'avoir des sociétés saines et vivantes. Et moi, je perçois l'économie là-dedans comme les activités économiques, c'est quand tout ça va bien, bien, c'est une façon de se désennuyer. Donc, on peut faire plusieurs activités économiques, mais c'est ça, les services écosystémiques, c'est la base qui permet le maintien du reste. On ne peut pas faire comme si ce n'était pas là. Puis comment la science et la recherche, ça peut appuyer ça? Bien, c'est beaucoup en changeant les mentalités. Quand on prend conscience que sont vraiment importants, comme là, les changements climatiques, là, avec la science, on peut calculer le taux de carbone qui est séquestré selon les différents aménagements qu'on fait. Mais ça nous fait prendre conscience que, hey, on peut avoir un rôle dans les changements climatiques. Donc, on veut aller vers la conservation pour nous et pas seulement pour la biodiversité. Et plein d'autres exemples à Montréal, on peut calculer comment ça vaut un service écosystémique. On met une valeur à un milieu humide qui fait en sorte que les gens vont vouloir le conserver. Plus personnellement, les gens peuvent calculer comment les arbres devant leur maison vont leur permettre de dépenser moins en climatisation ou en chauffage. Et ça va aider les gens à s'en aller dans la direction de protéger des arbres. Et il y a différents arbres. On peut voir que si tu veux dépolluer, selon la pollution qui t'intéresse, tu peux choisir le type d'arbre qui est meilleur pour améliorer ta qualité de l'air. Donc, c'est ça les services écosystémiques. Tu rentres dans ça, c'est une forêt à Montréal. Tu rentres dans cette forêt-là, il fait 12 degrés de moins que juste à côté, en pleine canicule. Okay? C'est vraiment présent. Et je voulais juste terminer en disant que protéger la biodiversité là-dedans, c'est quoi pourquoi protéger la biodiversité? Et comme a dit Steve tantôt, la biodiversité, c'est les services écosystémiques, tout ça, ça peut être vu comme la biodiversité des fonctions, garder toutes les fonctions. Donc, si on a plein de sortes d'arbres, s'il arrive une maladie, on va résister. Mais ce que j'aimerais apporter, c'est la définition de biodiversité que j'appelle 2.0. C'est qu'il faut aussi, selon moi, protéger les espèces rares. Et ça, c'est vraiment important. Pourquoi les côtés intègres et les espèces rares? C'est que ça ne protège pas seulement les services, mais c'est une façon d'y arriver. C'est une façon qu'on a que les gens vont protéger les habitats rares. OK? Donc, l'équation à retenir, c'est que espèces rares et biodiversité égale habitat. Protection de la biodiversité égale protection de l'habitat, donc protection des services. Puis le dernier exemple que je montre, c'est ce développement-là à Montréal qui est sans fin. Okay? On a détruit beaucoup de milieux humides, okay, tout le temps. Et comment faire pour y arriver? Ben, on a beau en parler, tout ça, c'est bien difficile. Et il y a quelqu'un qui a réussi à protéger des milieux humides et c'est cette petite grenouille-là qui est une espèce rare, la rainette faugrillon. Il y a eu beaucoup de combats pour la protéger. Donc, en protégeant une espèce rare, on réussit à protéger les derniers milieux humides qui restent. Donc, c'est aussi une avenue. C'est ça, une prise de conscience pour nous aider.
Merci beaucoup, Marie-Ève. Merci énormément. Tu mentionnais donc l'importance de protéger la biodiversité partout sur l'ensemble du territoire, pas juste dans le Nord. On sait qu'au Québec, il y a eu de nombreux projets qui ont été montés par des citoyens partout au Québec. Et récemment, donc, le gouvernement a décidé de protéger, je pense, plus que 17% du territoire, mais il y a beaucoup de projets qui ont été écartés dans des zones sensibles, notamment autour de Montréal. Je sais que le secrétariat de la Convention de la diversité biologique ici à Montréal, représenté par M. Hillel, a fait des travaux importants dans les dernières années, particulièrement dans les derniers mois. M. Hillel doit nous quitter vers midi. Donc, Olivier, je voudrais te donner la parole avec une grande liberté parce que tu puisses nous parler des travaux, nous faire les annonces que tu as besoin de nous faire avant de quitter. Malheureusement, on devra terminer la conversation sans toi, mais on vous donne le micro. On vous écoute, M. Hillel.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Martin. Merci pour l'opportunité de partager quelques pensées avec vous. Je pense que mon intervention va bien complémenter tout ce qu'on a bien écouté. La première chose que je voudrais partager, c'est l'urgence de prendre en compte la nature dans tout ce qu'on fait. Parce que, comme j'ai déjà partagé dans le chat, aujourd'hui, les gouvernements, mais aussi chacun de nous, quand on fait nos achats, quand on fait nos choix de production et de consommation, on dépense en moyenne 20 ou 3 fois plus dans des investissements que détruisent la nature que ce qu'on fait pour la nature. Donc, ça ne fait pas du sens dans tout ce que Raquel nous a rappelé, tout ce que Steve et Marie-Ève nous ont parlé. Et la nature fait partie de nous, fait partie de tous les choix économiques et possiblement, et avec le climat et la perte de la terre pour l'agriculture, ce sont des menaces les plus fortes qu'on fait face aujourd'hui. En plus, on peut penser que la biodiversité, au contraire du climat, il n'y a pas de net positive. Donc, on perd une espèce, c'est pour toujours. Donc, il n'y a pas donc, toujours non, mais au moins par millions d'années. Comme Steve nous rappelait, les villes sont des expériences écosystémiques nouvelles. Il faut vraiment, quand on pense au Fab City, à la fabrication de nouvelles contenus, des opportunités d'investissement et génération d'emplois pour la jeunesse urbaine, il faut penser justement à ça. Comment on fait le tour de tout ça? Comment on offre des opportunités concrètes pour gérer une nouvelle économie, une économie basée sur l'idée de la protection des aires communes, de la connaissance traditionnelle. Et là, je voudrais vous rappeler bien que la Convention de la biodiversité, c'est un accord entre le gouvernement à niveau national et donc aussi à niveau de l'ONU et des gros joueurs, disons, dans l'économie et dans la finance. On sait bien sûr que cette phrase « penser global, agir local », ce n'est pas une coïncidence que ça a été généré par un urbaniste, M. Patrick Geddes, l'Écossais, qui a vu et traité en premier la question de conurbation, les complications et les complexités qui viennent avec ce qu'on appelle le teleconnections, les liens entre la consommation et production urbaine et tous les paysages marines, côtières et en terre de la planète. Donc, c'est justement là, je voudrais dire, dans la vision du secrétariat, on a déjà la biodiversité parfois fait des innovations Et une des innovations qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on a déjà 10 ans d'un plan d'action pour travailler entre les gouvernements nationaux et les gouvernements provincial et local, municipal, métropolitain. Il y a plusieurs autres arrangements de gouvernance qui sont très importants, par exemple les réserves de la biosphère, ou les parcs naturels régionaux de France et aussi des autres expériences de gestion communautaire. Non? Et je pense que pour finaliser, dans nos leçons à nous, dans le secrétariat, le travail qu'on fait, par exemple, à ce moment dans un processus d'Édimbourg, ça va être la ville, les pays, l'Écosse, les pays hôtes de la COP26 du climat. Et là, on va justement apporter la contribution que l'Écosse, avec l'ICLEI, avec plusieurs autres joueurs, et c'est pour ça que je suis ici, pour vous inviter à vous joindre au procès d'Édimbourg et découvrir plus comment on peut faire cette chose de penser global, agir localement, en utilisant le cadre stratégique post-2020 de la Convention sur la diversité biologique. Prenez en compte que l'ONU, l'ensemble de l'ONU, est au moment enveloppé pour engendrer un nouvel cadre stratégique pour les prochains 10 ans de comment les gouvernements nationaux vont faire de compromis pour protéger la nature. Dans 10 ans, c'est une opportunité unique. On a la porte du procès d'Édimbourg. Je m'assurerai de partager avec vous et tous les intéressés le lien pour avoir plus d'informations sur le procès d'Édimbourg. Aussi, il faut tenir en compte que dans la Convention, chaque fois qu'on a une conférence de parties, comme on l'aura en Chine en 2022, le mois d'avril, à Kunming, la capitale de la province la plus biodiverse de la Chine, on va discuter un prochain cadre stratégique. Dans cela, on a au moins 2 ou 3 des indicateurs qu'on développe qui parlent directement à la question urbaine et parlent directement à FAB City. C'est pourquoi je trouve l'initiative Raquel et les collègues, c'est génial de proposer que FAB City Montréal et Bas-Laurentides soient visés sur les liens avec la nature et de développer de nouvelles opportunités d'investissement et de génération d'emplois pour la jeunesse urbaine, pas seulement à Montréal, évident, pour nous, le secrétariat, nous pensons globalement. Dans toutes les villes du monde, il faut donner aux jeunes les outils pour qu'on puisse développer des opportunités pour une nouvelle économie, très différente de ce que l'on a. Mais évidemment, il faut bend the curve. Il faut pas, ça ne fonctionne pas de tout changer. Il faut changer à la mesure qu'on peut. Donc, merci pour cette opportunité. Et comme je vous dis, Martin, j'offre la plateforme du secrétariat et de la Convention comme une façon de vous inviter à contribuer à cette discussion. Merci.
Merci, M. Hillel. On me dit malheureusement qu'on doit terminer dans 2 minutes, le panel au complet, donc on n'aura pas le temps de continuer avec les autres questions des autres interventions. Par contre, je suis très heureux parce que vous avez tous eu le temps de parler. En terminant avec M. Hillel, on a une invitation très claire à l'ensemble des FAB Cities. Je peux vous dire qu'ici à Montréal, on est prêt. C'est pour ça qu'on avait mis cette thématique-là sur la table ce matin. Et je sais, en discutant avec nos autres partenaires dans le réseau, que je pense que c'est quelque chose qui va mobiliser tout le monde. Et donc, il nous reste simplement à vous remercier tous d'avoir participé. Alors, je voudrais...
Je pense qu'on doit vérifier ce que Norella est...
C'est midi 15.
Midi 15. Ah, je voyais
12 is fin.
OK. Fausse alerte. Fausse alerte. Fausse alerte.
Nous avons encore 16 minutes et demie.
On a 16 minutes. Alors, on va pouvoir avoir d'autres questions. Alors, tout ce que j'ai dit avant était vrai quand même. On va...
Sur la plateforme. Ouais.
Oui. Donc, je vais... Suite à l'intervention d'Olivier, on va retourner à toi, Raquel, pour voir tes
Mais
réactions par rapport à la Fab City.
Oui, mais merci, Oliver. Je pense que nos discussions que nous avons eues avant et celle que l'invitation que vous nous faites de se joindre à ce qui va se passer en Édimbourg et de s'inscrire dans cette vision que sans la nature, on ne pourra pas faire avancer. Alors, nous acceptons cette invitation de la Fab City qui est en devenir. C'est ça qui est intéressant. Et je pense que comme ça a été mentionné ce matin, Communautique va continuer d'accompagner la ville de Montréal dans le développement de la Fab City. Alors, je pense que ce qui est intéressant en revenant en arrière à ce que Steve a donné comme étant un des éléments les plus intéressants, c'est qu'on ne regarde plus chaque objet séparé. Donc, on a un regard écologique qui dit qu'on regarde les relations. Et je pense que ça, c'est un des grands atouts de la Fab City et de ce que Communautique apporte. On est un organisme de facilitateur des relations entre les communautés, mais aussi, et ce que tu viens de l'invitation que tu viens de nous faire, nous l'acceptons avec beaucoup de joie et nous continuerons à poursuivre, d'aller en profondeur avec cette invitation.
Bon, avant d'aller à la question du public, je voudrais quand même juste revenir sur une chose. On vient de terminer le FAB 16, donc qui était la rencontre mondiale des Fab Labs, puis en regardant les différentes présentations qui venaient de partout dans le monde, une des choses qui est ressortie clairement cette année, je ne sais pas pour les années précédentes, il y avait beaucoup de choses qui touchaient la biodiversité. Il y a beaucoup de Fab Labs partout dans le monde qui travaillent cette question-là, que ce soit en Amazonie, que ce soit en Scandinavie, en Europe, dans les Amériques. Et là, on parle donc la Fab City des Amériques, on est sur l'île de la Grande Tortue, on est le continent où il y a le plus de Fab Labs. Et il y a la question des relations, il y a la question de la connectivité aussi écologique. Je pense, je ne sais pas si Steve ou Marie-Ève veulent nous parler de cette importance-là, mais Montréal ne vit pas en vase clos. C'est un territoire qui interconnecte d'autres territoires, notamment, je sais, à cause de la présence des grands lacs pour les mammifères. Le passage montréalais ici est important. Alors, je ne sais pas qui de vous deux voudrait prendre cette question-là en premier.
Je peux en parler, à moins que Marie-Ève, tu as des choses à ajouter. Tu vas être plus que bienvenue. Si vous me permettez, je peux vous présenter mes diapositives que j'avais préparées. Je pourrais vous présenter rapidement un projet
Steve
concret.
is going to share his screen.
Oui, c'est ça. Donc, I'm going to share my screen now. Ici.
Parfait, on voit bien.
On voit bien, c'est bon?
Oui.
Ensuite, je ferai le lien avec la connectivité écologique qui est super importante. On a un rapport ici, vous avez le lien, le Living Planet Report Canada. C'est un rapport qu'on fait, que notre équipe scientifique à WWF fait à chaque 2 ans. Si je résume le dernier rapport que je vous invite vraiment à télécharger, on a la version anglaise et française. On remarque que les données démontrent clairement que le Canada se réchauffe 2 fois plus rapidement que la moyenne globale, que les populations des espèces canadiennes en danger ont décliné de 60% les dernières années. Puis, je traduis en même temps que je lis, je pensais qu'on faisait j'ai fait une présentation bilingue, donc les populations des espèces qui ont une tangente vers la diminution au niveau international, au Canada, ces espèces-là ont décliné de 42%. C'est bien indiqué, c'est un rapport à lire vraiment là, avec les données. On a même des cartes qui indiquent où au Canada les déclins sont les plus forts, donc il y a beaucoup d'informations. Donc, nous, devant cette crise-là, on voit clairement que la perte de biodiversité puis les changements climatiques, c'est 2 problèmes qui sont liés, un dans l'autre, un avec l'autre. Puis, il y a beaucoup d'actions qu'on peut faire. Nous, on a décidé de travailler en milieu urbain et périurbain. Comme on disait tout à l'heure, c'est que c'est dans le sud du Canada où l'urbanisation est plus forte. Les écosystèmes les plus riches se retrouvent aussi dans le sud du Canada. Puis, si je vais à la prochaine diapo, ici, juste. Là, je pense que c'est mieux. Donc, en milieu urbain, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'espace pour les écosystèmes anciens. Donc, c'est pour ça, tout à l'heure, je parlais de la notion de création d'écosystèmes avec les nouvelles variables qui sont là. C'est la réalité. Moi, ça fait une trentaine d'années que je travaille en biodiversité, puis là, je suis confronté à la réalité qui fait que tout ce que j'ai appris sur les écosystèmes de base qui étaient ici dans le sud du Canada, ont plus ou moins place aujourd'hui, puis c'est difficile de créer ces habitats-là dans ce concept-là d'urbanité. Donc, nous, on a mis en place un programme qui demande à la communauté, aux gens, de s'impliquer en plantant des plantes indigènes de la zone écologique dans laquelle ils sont. Donc, je parle ici du sud du Québec, du sud de l'Ontario, pour créer des habitats et restaurer des habitats, si on peut dire, avec ces espèces-là. Donc, on a mis en place avec une chaîne d'épicerie, pour ne pas la nommer, là, tout ce qui est Loblaw, Provigo. On vend depuis 3 ans des plantes indigènes au sud du Québec et au sud de l'Ontario. L'idée ici, c'est de dire aux gens, dans vos jardins, maintenant, vous pouvez faire une place à nos belles plantes indigènes qui ont un rôle écologique à jouer. Évidemment, on ne recrée pas des écosystèmes, mais on a remarqué, par exemple, dans le sud de l'Ontario, un changement dans les populations de papillons tigres parce qu'on a su mettre ces plantes-là. Puis, un des projets, c'était de connecter ces milliers de petits jardins-là ou de plantes plantées ici et là chez des privés, sur des terres privées, avec un parc régional. Puis on a remarqué que la migration du papillon s'est très bien effectuée d'un jardin à l'autre jusqu'au parc. Puis on a créé cette nouvelle dynamique-là de transport de l'espèce d'un point à l'autre. Donc, là, on peut parler de connectivité à une échelle spécifique là, du sud de l'Ontario pour une espèce spécifique. Donc, c'est en vendant dans les épiceries des espèces indigènes, en faisant une promotion auprès des gens. On a plus de 5000 personnes dans le sud de l'Ontario qui ont acheté des plantes et qui ont fait un micro-jardin de plantes indigènes. Donc, l'idée, le concept de restaurer les habitats, d'utiliser les plantes qu'on a déjà, qui sont habituées à notre climat, à notre écosystème, fait de la place, puis ça crée une forte motivation. On a fait le même projet pour la première fois cette année au Québec, puis avec un minimum d'efforts, malgré le COVID, on a quand même eu presque 1000 personnes qui ont créé ces petits jardins-là. On a eu les statistiques la semaine passée. Donc, pour nous, c'est un succès. Il y a un intérêt pour les gens de participer à cette création-là d'habitat. L'idée, ce que je parlais tout à l'heure, donc, c'est créer le lien avec les espèces. On peut parler des bourdons, on peut parler des abeilles, le colibri avec les plantes, les classiques monarques avec les fleurs. Mais au-delà de ça, c'est toute la connectivité écologique à une échelle, à plusieurs échelles. Donc, on peut parler comment on peut connecter tout le tronçon du fleuve Saint-Laurent qui va de Toronto à Montréal. Comment on peut restaurer des habitats le long de ce chemin-là, si on veut. Donc, la connectivité entre les habitats naturels et restaurés et améliorés. C'est une question qui est permanente dans notre réflexion. Puis, toutes les décisions qu'on prend, à chaque projet qu'on décide, le côté de connectivité écologique est très, très important. Donc, c'est un peu ce que je veux dire quand je viens de présenter nos projets en même temps que parler un peu de connectivité. Donc, I'll stop sharing now.
Merci, Steve. Merci beaucoup.
Ouais, je peux dire
oui,
un mot.
Oui,
je trouve très intéressant, Steve, ce dont tu mentionnes, parce que j'allais apporter que moi, je suis architecte du paysage, designer de paysage, qui fait que nous créons ces environnements-là. Et la question que je me suis toujours posée, comment on peut créer de la biodiversité, et je pense qu'aller plus loin, ce n'est pas l'action directe, mais c'est de créer les écosystèmes qui permettent que la biodiversité prenne place. Oui. Et je voulais mentionner que des actions qui ne sont pas intentionnelles vers la biodiversité, mais qui sont en train de faire ça à Montréal, comme par exemple ce que je suis en train d'appeler les jardins de rue, donc toutes les actions que Montréal a pris pour sortir des milieux stériles et imperméables à des milieux plus perméables et plus vivants, comme les saillies de rue, qui sont des vrais jardins de biodiversité, et avec l'utilisation de plantes indigènes, de plantes qui sont en train de créer, et par défaut, ces actions ponctuelles sur énormément de rues de Montréal sont en train de créer par défaut, et je pense, c'est cette notion-là de corridor. Oui. Mais j'aimerais aller plus loin et dire que ça serait intéressant de pouvoir travailler avec vous pour aller de manière beaucoup plus intentionnelle, que tous les gestes qu'on fasse en ville, parce qu'on fait beaucoup, Montréal est une ville qui est quand même très verte, qui a beaucoup de milieux, des parcs, mais est-ce qu'ils sont si naturels que ça? Je pense que ça, c'est la grande discussion. Mais je voulais mentionner que déjà, avec Communautique, nous allons entamer le processus d'ouvrir, de créer un Fab Lab à l'extérieur de Montréal pour réfléchir sur cette question-là de biodiversité. Notre Fab Lab, c'est l'éco-forêt. Et on va travailler avec une communauté qui est déjà dans cette vision écosystémique, travaille à partir de la permaculture, et nous allons nous inscrire dans ce processus-là. Et je pense qu'il va être intéressant, c'est qu'on va revenir à faire le lien de l'extérieur vers l'intérieur et créer cette boucle entre la ville et cette périphérie que je pense qui est si nécessaire pour s'inscrire là-dedans. Donc, on parlait des Fab Labs des Amériques. C'est évident que tout ce qu'on est en train de discuter ici est notre apport au niveau d'entamer la conversation avec les communautés autochtones qui nous enseignent à porter un regard plus global, hein, de s'inscrire comme communauté. Donc, c'est une conversation que nous ouvrons en ce moment et qu'on va les continuer avec nos collègues des Amériques parce que c'est dans les orientations de la Fab City Montréal et de ce que nous voulions faire.
Merci, Raquel. Je voudrais offrir le micro à Marie-Ève Roy. Marie-Ève, il nous reste peut-être une intervention de 2 minutes, tes réactions par rapport à ce qui vient de se dire.
Oui, d'accord, merci. Pour la connectivité, c'était très intéressant. Puis, donc, moi, je ne suis pas vraiment au courant du contexte plus global, mais plus local, par exemple, avec Gatineau. Qu'est-ce qu'on a vu en travaillant sur la connectivité? C'est que ça permet de cibler des endroits où c'est vraiment important que le couvert forestier reste présent, par exemple. Et là, ensuite, on peut travailler avec la communauté. Donc, nous, ce qu'on a fait, c'est trouver les corridors et ensuite envoyer des dépliants pour que les gens aient un sentiment d'appartenance à leurs gros arbres, à leurs petits milieux qui sont un peu plus naturels. Et c'est pour moi très, très, très important. Et je crois qu'en fait, il y a beaucoup de jeunes qui sont inquiets de leur avenir. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont besoin d'endroits qui ne sont pas rigides et qui sont plus libres et qui sont plus naturels. Et puis, les corridors, c'est encadrer la nature un peu aussi, c'est de dire, ces endroits-là. Et juste un exemple, il y a des parcs où, pour les enfants, on va détruire, on va mettre du petit paillis, une petite balançoire, et voilà, un module de jeu. Et ensuite, il y a une étude qui a observé qu'est-ce qu'ils aimaient regarder. En fait, les enfants, ils ont laissé une partie naturelle et une partie comme ça, là, très aménagée. Ils ont donné des caméras aux enfants et ils ont pris des photos. Presque toutes les photos, c'était des insectes, des petites branches. Donc, les gens ont besoin de ces milieux-là qui ne sont pas toujours exceptionnels, mais qui se défrichent. Il y a une couleuvre. C'est autre chose, mais on n'est pas obligé de toujours tout encadrer. Et des fois, on peut laisser place. Et les corridors, c'est aussi des endroits qu'on peut encadrer et qu'on peut laisser place. On peut créer. Les gens aiment la nature. Et il n'y a personne qui n'a jamais regretté d'avoir fait un aire protégé. Je crois que personne ne regrette d'avoir protégé le Mont-Royal. C'est jamais une mauvaise décision. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais dire.
Sur ces sages mots, Marie-Ève, je pense que ça close super bien notre discussion. Il nous reste 1 minute. Je voudrais tous vous remercier d'avoir été présents ce matin, malgré toutes les complications qu'on a eues, d'avoir partagé votre expertise avec nous. Je pense que c'est unanime à avoir vu le Fab 16, on discute avec les autres Fab Cities. Je pense que c'est un projet qui est au cœur de toutes les Fab Cities. Maintenant, je vois qu'il y a des collaborations qui veulent s'établir, aussi des
Absolument.
conversations intéressantes. C'est ce qu'on veut parce qu'il y a une infrastructure humaine en dessous de ça qui doit supporter ces ambitions-là partout, partout, partout dans la ville. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qui est centralisé, c'est quelque chose qui est décentralisé. Quand tu parles justement de lieux déstructurés, ben, les Fab Labs sont aussi des lieux où les gens qui ont envie de travailler de façon collaborative comme ça, puis peut-être un petit peu moins en silo, c'est un endroit merveilleux. Donc, on invite les jeunes à venir cogner à la porte de leur Fab Lab. Et on these last words, we'd like to thank everybody for your participation this morning from Montreal. We're going to stop the feed right now and we're going to meet you again. Thank you.